for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. So how are we all feeling right now, at least financially speaking? This week, we get the first major measure of consumer sentiment for 2026 with the University of Michigan's early January report Friday. Although the overall mood is still forecast to be low, improvement from late last year is expected. Sentiment among Republicans declined the most during the federal government shutdown and only partly recovered in December. The slow but steady decline in mortgage rates has helped spur signs of improvement in the housing business, and that could include the plans of home builders. We get the latest on new home groundbreakings this week, with an uptick expected. The upcoming earnings calendar for the week is light, save one massive company, ExxonMobil. It will come amid an uncertain time for the global oil industry, as expectations for oil supply surplus compete with rising geopolitical risks affecting potential production in major oil-producing nations such as Venezuela and Iran. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through. Always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision. A world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go, almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, January 5th, for the 2026 season premiere. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, as we begin a new year. Hopefully all of you had a great Christmas and a happy new year. And we are back at it and better than ever. Dawn Stenslin, good morning, dear. How are you?
Good morning.
Happy Monday. Holidays go well with you and Larry Bear, by the way.
Yeah, we worked the Mummers Day Parade, a lot of prep. It was very exciting. And then, unfortunately, we had the high winds move in.
We watched. We had you guys on.
Yeah.
We had you guys on Thursday morning. My daughters are like, is that the Dawn that you work with? And I'm like, that is the Dawn that I work with. Correct. Absolutely. Gregory.
Time for Greg Stocker's Stupid Story of the Day.
Oh, jeez.
All right, hey, there we go. All right, we're good here. Okay. New York City Wegmans is storing biometric data on shoppers' eyes, voices, and faces. I don't know if you guys saw this. Wegmans in New York City has begun collecting biometric data from anyone who enters its supermarkets, according to new signage posted on the chain's Manhattan and Brooklyn locations earlier this month. Anyone entering the store could have data on their face, eyes, and voices collected and stored by the Rochester headquartered supermarket chain. The information is used to, quote, protect the safety and security of our patrons and employees, according to the signage. The new scanning policy is an expansion of a 2024 pilot.
So a city I want no part of, in a store I can't afford, surveilling me.
It's a, we say it's New York, but it's going to happen. I assume it's going to happen everywhere, right?
Well, it's a good thing Aldi doesn't have it in the budget.
The chain had initially said that the scanning system was only for a small group of employees and promised to delete any biometric data it collected from shoppers during the pilot rollout. The new notice makes no such assurances.
Wow.
So, there you go. Wegman shoppers coming to a store near you, possibly.
Where else do we expect that? Costco? High-end stores?
Yeah.
Whole Foods?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's all right. Dawn and I are safe. We shop at Aldi.
That's right.
You don't go to Wegmans? Wegmans is...
No.
Wegmans
Not
is
against
great.
it.
Sometimes.
Great store.
I think
It
it's
is a great store.
yeah.
It's just
Great store.
overpriced.
Correct.
You and the mouth breathers going all these.
Dawn and I go to Giant. We go to Acme for our meats.
And Acme on game days because it's 5% off, which was the only good thing that happened
That's
on
right.
yesterday's game day.
You have to wear your Eagles apparel to
Yes.
get it, correct?
Yeah,
That's
but
right.
they wisely, by the registers, sell Eagles gear, hats, things like that.
Yep.
If you're lucky, they're selling some decals or stickers.
Yeah.
You just like stick the sticker on.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to be selling any Tanner McKee or Keely Ringo
Ooh.
jerseys, but we'll get to that coming up with a new feature in the news. Yes, we have a lot to get to, and obviously, some shows we go where the news goes, right? We go where the news takes us. Some days it's more lighthearted stuff. Other days it's super heavy with the news. We will get into Trump capturing Maduro, as that happened in the early hours, I believe, at least here in America, on the early hours of Saturday morning. We also have more conversation, and this will be the first time I think any of us has a chance to talk about it, but new developments on what is actually going on and what's not going on, or what can't be substantiated with fraud allegations in the state of Minnesota, which every time I looked on social media during the 52-day holiday break we just had, I swear every single person was talking about it, at least on X.
What does that tell you, by the way?
Some of these people have no life and I can't disconnect?
No, it also tells you that, you know how everybody likes to say there's assigned talking points with mainstream media? It seems like there's assigned talking points on X, too, doesn't it?
I would agree.
Just asking for a friend. What are we outraged today about on X?
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Nick Shirley. We'll get to it. Also, Catherine Herridge says independent journalism will dominate the year 2026. We'll get to that. CBS News claims they are the new CBS News.
New and improved.
New and improved. With, what's his name, Tony Dokapil? How do you say his last name? Dokapil? He's the new evening news anchor. He says, we are no longer bought and paid for. We will no longer cater to propagandists, advertisers, corporate sponsors, or anybody else. Not sure anybody buys that. We'll get into that and a whole lot more. We have the cut sheet coming up today. We have Fight Club, and of course, we have the return of our boy.
Let's go, Harry.
Harry Mays at 7:45.
Did you guys kiss and make up?
Yeah, we talked a lot throughout the holidays.
I remember,
are you sure you're coming on January 5th? It's like it's been about a month.
I remember
Where's he been?
I remember last time we discussed this.
Been cheating on us.
You're like, I'm all harried out.
Yeah. Well, I was down. I'm very down on Harry because he decided to go to Florida. Then he wants to do radio hits throughout the city on other stations,
low-rated stations.
Ones that we beat in the morning. But that's his call. Who am I to step on his wallet?
And you buried the lead.
What's that?
Tony and Miss Robin got married.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Honeymooners.
Right. They got engaged.
And away we go.
3 years ago, and they finally tied the knot.
Does that
kind of cute?
Does that indicate that he's on his way out?
Yeah. She's just going to cash in on the life insurance.
No, I was just going to. Thank you, Nick. I was just going to say, is it a life insurance thing? Because,
absolutely. She's going to get his old ESPN radio apparel from the 90s. All that stuff.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just wants to make sure he has a legal caretaker.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. That's very true. Because we'll talk to him coming up. The newly married Tony Bruno, and that'll be on Wednesday. All right, 6:07, round number 1 of the news for the first time in 2026, fresh off of The Mummers, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Monday morning, January 5th, 28 degrees, headed up to 38 degrees. We are sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union. A ton of local and regional news, but of course we'll begin what everybody's talking about, the developing story, the big developing international story, and that is Venezuela. Libra Venezuela, the number one trending item and in the world apparently right now. Well, that's according to Elon Musk. But deposed Venezuelan claimed illegitimate leader Nicolas Maduro will appear in a New York City courtroom today after his capture. And this was by the U.S. military. If you're just waking up and you haven't heard, maybe you were stuck on an island with all those canceled flights. But yes, that was what forced the cancellation of many of the flights across the nation. But he was captured, and we learned all about it on Saturday, and that was by the U.S. military in that attack. We're learning more this morning that, for example, there's a claim that this killed at least 32 Cubans. Maduro facing drug and weapons charges. His wife Celia also arrested and detained and taken to this country. But the reason you may say, well, why were 32 Cubans killed in Venezuela? Because he didn't trust, Maduro reportedly did not even trust his own people to guard him. So you had Cubans, the communists, were protecting him. So it just perhaps proves to you they didn't perhaps do a very good job.
Communist defectors coming in and protecting him because he didn't think his own government was on the up and up. Very interesting. By the way, too, just to headline this, Democrats are fuming, according to Axios, at their own party's response to the Maduro capture. We'll get into that a little bit after the big take.
Yeah, so President Trump holding that big news conference over the weekend. I know he spoke again last night and, in fact, talking about other countries such as Cuba, Colombia, and others. So I know we're going to get all into it, but there was the report is that President Trump that there has been a softening in response by Delcy Rodriguez, calling for cooperation with the United States. So one of the headlines, and you're going to hear all about it, was that President Trump he didn't say we're in charge. He said we're going to run Venezuela. Later in that news conference that went on and on Saturday, he then later said, well, we're helping their people run it, the team behind me. But that really is the nugget of sound that everybody's focusing on and still quibbling about even this morning. I know we'll get into all the details, but the one who's left there, the so-called acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, calling for cooperation with the United States. And then Trump, last night, as I say, talking about military action, asked about military action in Cuba or Colombia, and said also at one point, talked about that the United States needs Greenland. So
that was one of the things he mentioned early on in the first year of his term.
He did.
Right.
I will tell you that watching it and then watching it a couple times because we log everything here, that news conference, my tell was Secretary Marco Rubio. So if you watch him in the background, if you're watching on YouTube and Nick Kayal during his big take, I'll just ask you, watch Rubio's reaction. His tell, sometimes he looks over, he's looking over, because he's standing right behind President Trump. And so he looks over at Hegseth, he's looking over at others. And then the big tell was when he looked down.
Oh,
well, he'll look down when Trump says certain things. That was, because I'm always looking at the bodily communication.
And what do you think
the body language tells you?
What do you think that indicates?
So I know we'll get into it.
Okay,
that was my tease.
Okay, all right,
because I think I love that kind of thing, and I know if you've ever you look at law enforcement, FBI, they're trained in body language and reading body language.
Yep, sure.
So I think that's a good tease, Nick, to talk about the body language.
Love body language.
Secretary body language.
By the way, why is my wife's body language always so negative?
What?
Yeah, my wife's body language, very negative when she's around me.
Oh, around you?
I don't even need an FBI person to tell me that. It's just it's probably a one-person issue.
Oh, my goodness. So all of those talking points. And then, of course, we're watching the markets. How will the markets react, to what happened? And then the back and forth with the politics. And remember, there's still a lot going on in the headline. Well, not in the headlines. Epstein, the Affordable Care Act, because, of course, what went into place on January 1st, technically, or January 2nd, or perhaps today, what we're looking at is these premiums, insurance premiums that are expected to skyrocket for people in the so-called marketplace as much as 114%.
Okay.
And so that's another headline that I'll put out there because, well, nobody's really talking about it. Everybody's talking about Venezuela, all the reaction, etc. But Maduro in that courtroom this morning. So locally, what we have here over the weekend, community members, and this is by the thousands, coming together and honoring Corporal Matthew Ty. He went by Ty, but his legal name Matthew Snook, 10-year veteran of the Delaware State Police. And 2 days before Christmas, He was murdered, killed while on duty, working overtime at the DMV right near Wilmington, Delaware. Huge national story, but there are many nonprofits working with his widow, who has a 1-year-old little girl. Just a tragic story. And thousands Saturday actually hosting a Back the Blue event for Corporal Snook at a local elementary school, Keene Elementary School in Glasgow. So there were memorial stickers, people, just lining the street to get into that memorial and thinking about him, and fundraising, obviously, for his widow now, as she spoke out at that memorial service, thanking people, mourning his loss. But I talk about this because in 2 hours, the commemorations, the memorials begin for him. And this is expected to be so big, preceding the funeral services that'll happen today, that they've shut down so many roads. There are so many people expected to go and gather. They've shut down many of the local school districts, including, I know Christiana School District, for example. They just said, we're not going to have school.
Wow. Yeah. That's a nice little touch.
Just a tragic story.
Yeah.
So Christiana schools, they have the choice of some remote learning today if they wish. The DMV in Minquadale remains closed by the week, all this week.
Okay.
Remains closed. But those funeral services, then the public visitation, like I say, 9 to noon, and the memorial started 8:15 this morning, University of Delaware at the Bob Carpenter Center. So that is really taking front and center. Law enforcement from across the nation, they always send at least one representatives, and no doubt our friends from Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation will be in attendance, as well as many in Philadelphia, New Jersey, and beyond across the nation. So everybody mourning for him, but like I say, leaves behind his widow and 1-year-old daughter. And also, I will say, the Venezuelan community gathering in prayer following the capture of Maduro. And so you have a lot of reaction, even yesterday, for example, at the Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul. Organizers, a lot of mixed reaction across the nation, but we did see some 400,000 Venezuelans in the streets, and they were dressed, some of them dressed as Trump, doing the YMCA. But a lot of reaction here in New York City, big Venezuelan community as well. A lot of celebration for what happened. And as I say, the big hashtag, if you will, across social media was Libra Venezuela. So we have local reaction, regional reaction to that community. An investigation this morning as we look at what's going on. Roxborough High School, once again, in the headlines, this time for racist and anti-Semitic graffiti, including swastikas discovered overnight on the exterior and the outside of Roxy High School. Police investigation is underway, we're told. And so a lot of local leaders responding to this, their principal responding to this, emphasizing the district's obvious zero tolerance policy for any kind of harassment, hate speech, discrimination. Not that this necessarily was a student. We don't know where this derived from, but they did have that racist and anti-Semitic graffiti, as they're going to be cleaning that off. And the investigation, there is a police investigation going on.
Always good to kick off a new year with some anti-Semitism, as if we haven't had enough since October 7th of 2023.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Yeah.
And we also will, I know throughout the morning, we'll update what happened at a Montgomery County school district, Wissahickon School District in Montgo. Mm-hmm. Some people close to that district, right?
Yeah.
And so that was an incredible situation with a principal now fired and the woman who worked in the office with him. I know we'll get into it, and it's been reported here, but we'll headline that as well. And then we'll headline the mummers, what's going on. The thankful news here on the serious side is that those high winds whipping up on New Year's Day morning, disrupting and making history, Philadelphia history, because we had obviously the string bands, could not perform, could not compete.
Oh, the horror.
And well, I will tell you that there are inside stories to this that are coming out now, but there were, some of those huge props that were lifted by, the wind gusts that were as high as 50 to 60 miles an hour.
It was brutal.
30-mile-an-hour winds. It was pretty brutal. So you had 5 people injured, 4 people went to the hospital. Everybody's back home after being treated at the hospital, non-life-threatening injuries, but they were, you think about that, a 60-mile-an-hour wind, and then lifting those huge props off of the ground and whipping them at humans, at people. There were some serious injuries.
Oh, there was a few days between the 19th and since we've come back today where the wind was just atrocious. I mean, it was whipping. I thought I was going to lose power multiple days. You could hear it outside the windows just whipping around. Between that and the ice storm that we had, I'm done with winter already. I'm ready to punt and get to April.
Well, the weird thing is it's going to feel like April by Wednesday.
Thank God.
I know we'll get into the forecast, but I have to give you our sponsor, and we'll talk about some of the winners that we've learned about in the Mummers. Obviously, we're still waiting to find out when the string band divisions, because the competition will be happening. So we'll be excited to look forward to that. When will it happen? They have to rebuild and recover. So there's a lot developing with regard to our historic parade during the 125th year in Philadelphia, and then the 250th within our nation, celebrating our 250th. So a lot to talk about. But American Heritage Credit Union, thank you for sponsoring first edition Kayal & Company News Live. Home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union, really helping you reach your future dreams and goals today. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home equity. Learn more, insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member, join today, NMLS 433838. And so as far as this, we are going to be talking about weather with Nick Kayal, but this is a new feature where normally I'll be talking about the Eagles and not so excited about what happened last night if you were watching.
I feel for him.
Our own Phil Almquist, this is fun. Phil's going to be talking about sports. Phil Almquist.
Why, thank you, Don. We'll start at the link where the Eagles faced the Commanders. After 3, it was Philly 17, Washington 10. But with just under 10 to go, Commanders quarterback Josh Johnson connected with tight end John Bates for a 2-yard touchdown, tying the game at 17. And with 2:32 to go, Josh Johnson broke the tie. Greg?
Oh.
I'm playing it, but it's not doing anything. I'm fading it, but it's not fading.
It's not working.
It's not fading. Sorry.
This is the play that Keely Ringo decided to run backwards and turn his back to
this
the
is the
quarterback.
play that Josh Johnson scored and what they wanted to win 24-17.
Yeah, it doesn't work. So.
Okay, we'll try that again later next time.
We'll have it figured out by February.
Anyway, the Birds finished the year at 11-6 and are now the 3 seed in the NFC playoffs. Washington ends the year at 5-12 and will pick 7th in the upcoming draft. And for the record, since not everyone around here is a Birds fan, the Raiders picked 1st, the Jets 2nd, and the Giants 5th. So the playoff picture is as follows. In the NFC, Seattle's the 1 seed and gets the bye. 7th seed Green Bay will face Chicago at Soldier Field on January 10th at 8. The Birds will face San Francisco at the Link on January 11th at 4:30. Again, January 11th at 4:30. And the Rams will go to Charlotte to face the Panthers on January 10th at 4:30. In the AFC, Denver's the 1 seed and gets the bye. 2 seed New England will face the 7 seed Chargers on January 11th at 8 p.m. The 3 seed Jaguars will face the 6 seed Buffalo on January 11th at 1. And 5 seed Houston will face the 4 seed Pittsburgh on January 12th. That's Monday night at 8:15, who got in after last night's victory over Baltimore 26-24 because, well, let's be honest, Baltimore's kicker is not named Justin Tucker. Also, the Sixers face the Nuggets tonight in South Philly at 8:30, and the Flyers are off until Tuesday. That is your sports for Kayal & Company.
Very nice, Phil.
10 out of 10, Philip.
Good job.
10 out of 10. Nice work, buddy.
So the Eagles on January what?
That's a Sunday. It's the middle game.
The
Next Sunday.
11th at 4:30.
Yeah, we're the sandwich game.
Okay.
1, 4:30, and 8.
Got it.
Yep. 49ers coming to town, so we'll see about that one. By the way, too, Keely Ringo should be out of a job today. Keely Ringo. By the way, did his mom ever find that little dog that was purse-napped?
Yes.
Remember that story you had,
Got the
Stensland?
dog back, yes.
Good.
Yes,
Good.
somebody saw it, felt bad about it.
Okay.
So she got her dog, she got her baby doggy back.
There you have it.
So there's that. But I don't really, I know everybody's talking, they shouldn't have played the 2nd or 3rd string, whatever.
Yeah.
But we have no injuries. We're going into this. I don't care.
I agree
if it's
with you.
the 3rd seed.
I was fine that they rested the starters yesterday. Bigger
Rest
fish,
everybody.
bigger fish to fry and bigger game to hunt starting next week.
Then Josh Johnson and the And the Commanders,
Right,
really?
right. I was getting people that I know listen to this show that were mad that the Eagles lost, and one guy sent me a tweet. They're playing like a high school team. I'm like, well, they're backups against the Washington starters. I mean, I wasn't expecting them to beat them by 40 points.
I mean, the bad thing, if you were a backup and you obviously want to shine, you want to let your star shine and prove yourself, and that in those moments you can become a star and score a huge, big contract.
That is correct.
And so it's an opportunity, but on the other hand, it could crush, it could crush you.
Yeah.
So
the good thing is that Tanner McKee played like a completely mediocre backup. So nobody down the hall this morning can sit here and say, I'm not saying Jalen Hurts should be benched or traded, but, in March when there's nothing to talk about, we might revisit that Tanner McKee game from January 4th. Didn't happen.
I think it's also, there's that old saying that the backup quarterback always looks good until they actually are out there.
And reminds us why they are the backup quarterback.
Yeah. And there's that old saying. So I just think for Jalen Hurts, he's like, why don't you just appreciate me?
That's right.
And shut it.
Damn
people.
right. There you go. Philly weather. It's currently 26 degrees. We're going up to 38 today with mostly cloudy skies, but we will start to get temperatures warming up as the middle of the week approaches. All right, we'll come back. Let's get to a Monday Big Take, the first one of 2026, as Donald Trump captures Nicolas Maduro. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Conservative tours, Don.
Let's talk about, I could not hear you, Greg Stocker.
Awesome.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
You. No, it's good.
You know what it is? The gremlins come in when we're off and they fool around, they fiddle around. But let's talk about it. Come away with me next spring. It was so much fun over the New Year's and right between Christmas and New Year's, and I was getting all these messages. So thank you so much from our group, even the original Conservative Tours group on my first one years ago, where, we've all become friends and saying, yay, this is, Chris is in, okay, Rob's in, and Denise is in, and who's in, who's going, signing up. So thank you so much. It warmed my heart. It was like an early Christmas gift. So many of you signing up and making sure that you are on with us. And this time around, we want to name our first group, the Eagles group, because Ken Chase always gets to name, who the groups are. So we want ours to be Eagles. But let's fall in love with old Europe, this time discovering Europe's best-kept secret, talking about stunningly beautiful Portugal. So the Roman Empire called it Finisterre, end of the earth, and we're calling it home for 10 incredible days next spring. Come away with me. $57.38. Yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. We're talking about the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages brimming with scrumptious seafood restaurants. Call now, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. And Ken Chase and the Conservative Tours team, they have outdone themselves designing this trip just for you, just for us here at 1210. Dining at the wineries, so much fun, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. Let's get into it. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais. I could go on, but also you'll discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany, the Douro Valley. Join me for the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you, Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
Lower post-surgery pneumonia rates are tied to oral health. Patients who had gastrointestinal, heart, lung, head, or neck procedures and went to the dentist at least 2 weeks prior avoided pneumonia, unlike more than 7% of those who did not see the dentist before surgery. The Japanese study is published in PLOS ONE. Good oral hygiene may reduce bacteria that can cause pneumonia. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to plug 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.6:30 Monday morning. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we begin 2026 right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, and Jimmy Kelly. A lot to get into this morning. Cut sheet, the first cut sheet of 2026, coming up at 7:45. Harry Mays will join us as well. And then, of course, Fight Club. But right now, let's get down to business. The first big take of 2026.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take. Trump captures Maduro. Donald Trump and the United States of America went into Venezuela this weekend and captured Nicolas Maduro faster than it takes Dawn Stensland to do the big 3 at 10 o'clock. And I loved every aspect of this. And I don't want to hear a peep from Democrats. And I don't want to hear a word from legacy media. From the hypocrisy of the left to the strategy of this administration to the motives of this president, allow me to explain why this is America first. Let's start with the prior administration, shall we? Joe Biden tweeted the following on June 21st of 2020. Think about that. That was before the election in the third month of COVID. Quote, Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs and dictators like Maduro. As president, I, Joe Biden, will stand with the Venezuelan people and for democracy. Boy, that aged well, Joe. And speaking of Biden, let's go back to just about 1 year ago, January 10th, exactly. January 10th, 2025. The New York Times with the following headline, quote, Biden and Harris offering $25 million for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. So then answer me this, former Vice President Kamala Harris. Why are you tweeting the following? Quote, Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela do not make America safer, stronger, or more affordable. That Maduro is a brutal, illegitimate dictator does not change the fact that this action was both unlawful and unwise. We've seen this movie before, wars for regime change or oil that are sold as strength but turn into chaos, and American families pay the price. End quote. Let me pick apart Kamala on two fronts: legality and the act of war. First of all, this wasn't a war. Trump did in 4 hours what it took Bush and Obama 4 terms to do. This special operation, which is what it was, concluded quicker than a game of Monopoly around the kitchen table. And secondly, it's perfectly legal. And there's precedent for actions like this. Fox News legal scholar Jonathan Turley wrote the following on X. Quote, Democratic members quickly denounced the operation as unlawful. They may want to review past cases, particularly the decision related to Manuel Antonio Noriega and that prosecution. Rep. Jim McGovern, Democrat from Massachusetts, declared, quote, without authorization from Congress and with the vast majority of Americans opposed to military action, Trump just launched an unjustified illegal strike on Venezuela. He says we don't have enough money for health care for Americans, but somehow we have unlimited funds for war, end quote. Turley responds by saying, quote, Trump does not need congressional approval for this type of operation. Presidents, including Democratic presidents, have launched lethal attacks regularly against individuals. President Barack Obama killed an American citizen under his, quote, kill list policy. If Obama can vaporize an American citizen without even a criminal charge, Trump can capture and take alive a foreign citizen with a pending criminal indictment without prior congressional approval, end quote. Boom. Need further precedent? I've got you covered. Osama bin Laden was killed by Barack Obama. No congressional approval. Obama invaded Libya. The opposition kills Gaddafi. No approval. Biden killed the Al-Qaeda leader in 2022. No congressional approval. Trump swoops in and brings the man back alive, back to the United States, and Democrats go crazy. Democrats in the mainstream media, they get mad when Trump bombs the boats of narco-terrorists, killing drug peddlers. Trump captures and brings back to the United States Nicolas Maduro, and they lose their mind over that. Imagine defending narco-terrorists and dictators who are pure evil, all in the name of hating Donald Trump. What a life to live. And Democrats don't even know their own history. As John Solomon reports, under former President Ronald Reagan, the U.S. invaded Grenada in 1983, which led to the downfall of its Marxist government. The following year, in 1984, Democratic elections took place in Grenada following that invasion. And let's compare how flawless this operation was under Trump compared to past administrations. Not one American soldier was injured or killed. Not one Venezuelan civilian casualty. Compare this to 4,400 American soldiers that died at the hands of George W. Bush in the hunt for Saddam Hussein. 812 American soldiers that died at the hands of Barack Obama in the hunt for Osama bin Laden. 0 American soldiers died under Donald Trump in a special op to capture Maduro. So for any Democrat out there spewing hypocrisy, why don't you sit this one out, grab a seat at the kiddie table, and sit this one out. And here's another stat for you. George W. Bush needed 170,000 troops. That led to over 4,400 U.S. military casualties and an 8-year war in order to capture Saddam Hussein. Trump used a few Apache helicopters while you were sleeping and thinking of Starbucks or Chipotle. To summarize the hypocrisy of the left, I present to you Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen. You remember him, right? He was the BFF of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, better known as Maryland Dad. His bestie, Van Hollen, had this to say in 2024 on MSNBC. Listen and watch.
Well, we stand with the Venezuelan people who overwhelmingly, it turns out, voted for Gonzales and against Maduro. This is why many of us called immediately for transparency, for the Maduro government regime to release the results. And there's a reason, Jose, that they hid those results, because we now know, because we've seen results that were released by some of the opposition figures from about 80% of the polling places, that Gonzales has, won comfortably here. And so this is clearly an effort to deny the will of the people. Maduro lost, right? He is trying to cling on to this claim of legitimacy that he won when all the evidence shows otherwise. So this is why Secretary Blinken did, in my view, the right thing, recognizing the real winner here, Gonzalez. And this is why the United States is now going to use its levers and influence to push for a negotiation, to have a transition to the truly elected leader, Gonzalez. Now, obviously, we know Maduro and his cronies do not want to go quietly into the night, but the United States needs to work with our partners and allies in the region to ratchet up the pressure on behalf of the Venezuelan people.
You got to love the internet because the internet always keeps receipts. So, Mr. Van Hollen, or should I call you Chris, you should be ecstatic that Trump did the right thing, right? But instead, you're in a X battle with the Bukele of El Salvador over the rule of law being broken and what America did. But enough of the left. Let's get to America first. So what was the strategy and the motive behind this move? Is it election integrity? Is it drugs? Or is it resources? How about oil? Secretary of War Pete Hegseth joined the new CBS Evening News with Tony Dokapil and had this to say. Listen and watch.
I want to go back to the to the rationale tonight. Is it about freedom or is it about oil? At the press conference today, President Trump seemed to indicate that both were a factor.
Freedom, security, prosperity. Of course, there are what was done by Venezuela against American oil interests, oil companies is well understood and never should have happened. And President Trump is willing to recapture that. But it's also the security of our hemisphere. If people understood what Venezuela was trafficking in with other adversaries, weapons they were trafficking, and then, of course, the drugs and the cartels, the poisoning of the American people, the violence, Tren de Aragua that have been brought to our shores, all three of those combined together in this bold and courageous action from President Trump. He takes nothing off the table. So what happens next will be in the hands of Venezuelans to decide, but ultimately America will benefit security-wise and with prosperity, and we believe the Venezuelan people can as well.
Maduro is a tyrant, a murderer, a drug trafficker, a sponsor of terrorism, and an illegitimate president who stole the election in front of the entire world. And this is why it's America first. Venezuela currently has 303 billion barrels of crude oil reserves, which Trump says the U.S. now controls. Oil prices are trading at $57 a barrel, making Venezuela's total reserves worth $17.3 trillion. Even if the U.S. were able to sell the oil for half of the market rate, that's $8.7 trillion. In other words, in 12 hours, the U.S. has gained control of oil reserves worth more than the entire GDP of all countries in the world, excluding the United States and China. That is 4 times larger than the GDP of Japan. Most people do not realize how much the world just changed. And you say, well, how does that make it America first? Well, if it lowers the costs in America for American energy, then yes, it is America first. Also, it's not simply just about energy, but also about access and control. The Panama Canal must be controlled by the United States. The Caribbean and all the key straits in and out of the Gulf of America must be controlled by the United States. The financial markets and global wealth must be controlled by the United States. And taking out Maduro also drastically increases the pressure that the United States can now put on Russia to end the war in Ukraine. Russia relies on high-priced oil. If we increase oil supply via Venezuela coming online in earnest, Russia can't afford to keep the fight. Now factor in this. Why did we enter Venezuela to capture Maduro? And Pete Hegseth mentioned that, kind of alluded to it in that clip we played for you. Several USA oil companies had invested hundreds of millions of dollars and signed legal agreements with the country to drill and extract in the last 15 years. But Maduro also took over USA contracted company oil fields and threw the companies out of his country. Venezuela then started selling that oil, which was ours, to our enemies. Translation, we're done being ripped off. We're not going to be bullied. And the kicker, Trump did this the same day that Maduro met with Chinese delegates. Talk about a flex to the CCP of China and Xi Jinping, saying, you know what? Be careful. And it's pure jubilation in the streets of Venezuela. Listen and watch.
Señora que no ha parado de llorar desde que llegó, viene en pijama, como lo pueden ver, todavía ella está. Cuénteme un poco su reacción, cuénteme un poco qué sienta en este momento.
Esto no tiene comparación. Gracias, Dios mío. Gracias, Dios.
People crying in front of reporters, thanking God. You can thank Trump, actually. The only people upset, a few MAGA influencers, somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and guess who? White liberal women. For the most part, most people are rejoicing. And why? There was no war. There was no death. There was no military industrial complex funding. Nobody is mad except for liberals and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And that's fine by me. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in our YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and let your comments rip. I'm sure Stalker will read some of them as we move along. We'll come back, get Dawn's thoughts on Operation Takedown Maduro as we continue and wrap up the 6 o'clock hour next. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. Get clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0%, 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month. Or what about a Honda Pilot for just $399 a month, both for 36 months. Hurry in, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, and experience for yourself the wonder of happy Honda days while the clearance deals last. And they're not going to last forever, so get in there. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Shop online, PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting week is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers. Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company. 648. Happy Monday to all of you. Happy 2026. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Harry Mays will be joining us for the cut sheet, which comes up in just about an hour. Dawn Stensland, get your thoughts. Donald Trump and the United States bringing back Nicolas Maduro. Bringing back a communist or a socialist just in time for the socialist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, to take over. Maybe they can work together side by side in the Big Apple. Your thoughts on what played out in the early hours of Saturday morning?
Yeah, I think, well, Mamdani put a statement out that he was against that. And I thought that was quite interesting as somebody who's a socialist Democrat, as he calls himself. And also, they put out that, just for example, Iran now, what is this, the 10th? We're the 10th day or 10th night of national protests against the regime there. Armed citizens now taking to the streets in Iran. That's one of the reports. And so when you think about what we've seen over time, and I know you're going to play all these different cuts of various Democrats like Schumer and Pelosi and others who at one point were condemning Maduro and his regime. He's not a legitimate president. He did not legitimately win. And so the fact that we now have, taken into custody, we're allowed, as this person is accused of, and this morning is going to be in a New York City courtroom, and he's facing narco-terrorism charges, among others. And so I just think that it shows you the extent to which Democrats, or I'll just say this, career politicians in general, will go to for their own political gains. Mm-hmm. And that's because I always say we're all getting played. And, you went through in the past all these different administrations, and you think about the war machine. And so what President Trump did, in my humble opinion, was he's the antithesis of that. He doesn't want a war. To go in the middle of the night, turn out the lights, and extract somebody who's an accused criminal who, and by the way, you think about how many when you think of terrorism and you think of even the horror of 9/11, you think of the horror of war, and you went through the casualties of our great military who have gone into the Middle East and other parts of the world and gave the ultimate sacrifice. Trump doesn't want any of that. Yep. So what does he do? They go in with this stealthy operation. They extract this guy. Not one American injured in all of that. Yeah. Now, we have heard that these Cubans who were defending Maduro, that 32 of them were killed. These, they were, being hired by Maduro because he doesn't trust his own people, which shows you a lot.
Yeah.
But I simply think that this is a case of this is good for the world. This is democracy. And for anybody who believes these headlines and I know that President Trump said, well, we're going to run it initially, but he did explain it further when he said the team behind me is going to work with and help those officials in Venezuela. And what he was really referring to was the fact that if you just leave and there's a vacuum, then who do you think is going to go in? It could be somebody worse than Maduro.
Sure. Seizing an opportunity of a country that's basically lost its, quote, de facto leader, even though we know Maduro was illegitimate. I tried to look through every possible angle to point out something that I didn't like. I'm one of these guys that's willing to criticize Trump when he says something or he does something I don't like. I can't find any fault with this. No war, no casualties, no laws broken. There were no leaks because they didn't tell Congress, which is a great thing. Don't tell Congress because some anti-Trumper or a Democrat's going to leak it to the media. This will potentially, I think, increase our wealth economically on an energy front. And then the whole drug thing. Yeah, it's not so much about fentanyl because Venezuela is really not a fentanyl country, but they're a cocaine country. And the last time I checked, cocaine kills people.
Yes. And yeah, but fentanyl. So nobody has the fentanyl and then traffics it. So it's the key ingredients and I think that's, so again, they want to nitpick over the wording, but they were a critical supplier of of the ingredients that go into fentanyl. That's the whole bottom line with it.
Sure. And then you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I think is coming up. She's going to be on The View, I think, today or later this week for like the second or third time. She's like, this is against what Trump promised, no wars. And I'm like, well, Marjorie, there is no war. This was a special op where they were in and out while you were doing power cleans in your garage or tanning on a beach in Costa Rica, posting
Both of which sound nice.
selfies.
Well, which is nice.
Well, I mean, if I could swing Costa Rica for the holidays, I would as well. Might not come back. But and then people are saying, well, what's next? Iran. There's a difference here. And I would be against forced regime change in Iran.
What about Colombia? Are you cool with that? If we take over Colombia. What about Greenland? Are you cool with that if we take over Greenland?
No, I'm not. Especially if it leads to war.
Because this isn't going to stop. You know that, right?
But here's the thing with Greenland, though. Greenland, like the French, they'll just surrender. Or it'll be like a quick special op, or it's not like they're going to remove anybody like they did Maduro. Greenland doesn't have, quote, a bad actor like Nicolas Maduro. I would be emphatically opposed to any military action regime change in Iran because the Iranians will not go quietly. That would lead to a war. I don't want a war. But if you have a bad actor, especially in our hemisphere, I think a lot of people have to look at this by looking at a globe. Anything in the Western Hemisphere is of the interest of the United States. Obviously, Iran is not in our hemisphere, but Greenland, Venezuela, I believe Colombia. Who's the leader of Colombia? I don't even know off the top of my head.
What's going on, though? That's why I reported to you what's going on in Iran. I believe this is the 10th day of the protests. So what this inspires, what this tells the rest of the world is that there's a change of the guard and that it's possible that you, the people of your own country, have the possibility of taking your own country back. Remember...
Well, why didn't the people of Venezuela then rise up and...
Because they tried, Greg.
Like they did in Brazil.
They tried.
Well, Maduro was running
a brutal regime.
They tried to in Brazil. In Brazil, this tried to happen.
So are you against this? Are you against democracy in Venezuela? Is that what... who's against democracy? Because that's what we're talking about.
So you're against the move?
Are you against democracy? Love the troops.
I know he's not.
Love them
for the Greg lovers. I know. This is rhetorical. I love Greg. We love Greg.
I will say the one thing I don't like is seeing Lindsey Graham on Air Force One.
Well, yeah. Look at all the people who love this.
He had an erection from here to Camden.
John Brennan loves this. John Bolton loves this. Just look at all the neocons that love all of this stuff.
But it's not war, though.
I agree with you. And for the people that are comparing this to Iraq and all this stuff, it's not even close.
Right.
I 100% agree. I mean, Venezuela is look at Major League Baseball. Half of Major League Baseball is Venezuela.
The whole Phillies bullpen.
So I understand it's not the same thing. The people of Venezuela want this, but spare me about this being about drugs. It's not about drugs because
about resources.
He just pardoned the president of Honduras. So spare me the drugs thing. And it's not really about gangs because the leader of El Salvador. The leader of El Salvador is a member of MS-13 or has tied to MS-13. We let him into the Oval Office.
Led by terror and violence, and it all went together. And think about all the gangs that came here to this country, and that's why he mentioned Jocelyn Nungary, for example. These are brutal people who came to this country, and the allegation that Maduro and his wife are facing is that Maduro was basically a thug and a gang leader. As far as your point about the Honduran leader, I will say this. Trump repeatedly gave Maduro and his wife a pathway, a portal to leave. Repeatedly saying, please leave. You can go. Yeah. You can go to Russia. You can go here. You can go there. He basically begged the guy to just leave, and he wouldn't. That's why then they went and said, all right, we gave you all these options to just leave. They wouldn't.
As you know, in retaliation to what Dawn said, I'm not, democracy, love it or leave it. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm not against what happened. What I'm saying is that I want to know more. What's the end game? Where are we going to stop with all of this? What is all of this for? I think the American people are owed that. that explanation.
I think it's controlling the Western Hemisphere. I think, remember we talked about, we had somebody call, it might have been actually been Road Warrior that tweeted us maps or something with the strategic reasons why you would want to take Greenland or make Greenland part of the United States for the different water pathways and the connection towards Russia. So like, I understand those strategic elements as I read over the weekend. I really think it's about, like I quoted in the big take, the oil reserves, $17.3 trillion worth, 303 billion barrels of oil. Now, here's where I don't know where the translation comes into effect as to how it helps us or if it helps us economically. I would like to think it does, but I'm not some expert on oil reserves and what that means for America's economy. But just looking at those raw data points, 303 billion barrels and $17 trillion. What's our deficit? 38 trillion. I mean, I'm assuming we just don't take $17.3 trillion by selling off oil and we pay off half of our debt in theory, but it has to lead to some economic success for America. Does it not? I mean, Dawn, you talk about the economy all the time and it starts with energy. This has to be something that I think in some way, shape, or form makes American life more affordable in the future. When that comes to fruition, I don't know. Just a hunch, a guess on my part.
Well, so a couple of things. I'll give you an analogy in what was when President Obama was here. Remember what we had been talking about during the talking points, and this was before the 2016 election. And everybody was talking about, what are you going to do with the refugees? What about Aleppo? Remember Aleppo?
Yeah.
And all of that. And so what Trump ended up doing when he won was he said, well, this is a beautiful country. And why are all these why do we have a refugee problem? So looking at the so-called root cause, that's what Trump does. He doesn't just talk about a so-called root cause. He goes in and fixes it. So what did he do? Are we talking about Aleppo anymore? Are we talking about Syrian refugees? You know why there aren't anymore? Because Trump went in, again, another successful operation. We all remember it. He went in and nobody talks about it. You know why? All those so-called refugees, they went back home. So when you look at Iran, people used to honeymoon there. Used to be a beautiful country. Now, what happened? They took over, and this is a regime that is where the people are oppressed. So what is all of this? What is happening? What about Venezuela? It used to be a beautiful country, free country, wealthy country. What happened? You had this thug gang regime move in, and what have they done? There's death and destruction and oppression.
Well, they just took the place of Hugo Chavez. I mean, Hugo Chavez was really the one who started this whole thing in Venezuela, and then Maduro just kind of finished it.
Right.
Okay,
yeah.
but let's now tee up a situation where these people can take care of themselves. This is not the Biden administration where we're just going to dole out all of the money. That's not what's happening here. It's saying, hey, we want to make sure that you have a pathway that you can get your country back, people, and we can be the wind beneath your wings. We're not going to do it. We're not going to pay for it. But are these wealthy oil countries where we benefit? Yes. Do these corporations who owned the leases, they were stolen from, they were robbed, they were hijacked. Yep. These were pirates, basically. So for all the people who say, oh, well, Trump is just giving this to his rich buddies. No. This was their lease.
Yes.
This was a legal lease. They owned it. Same with Cuba. I have a girlfriend, her dad co-owned a hotel in Cuba. So I'm like calling Colleen, like, what's going to happen? But back in the day, there were hotel owners. I think Cuba goes next, by the way.
Coming up next, we'll get to our official start of the 7 o'clock hour. Democrats fuming at the party's response to the Maduro capture, and what I personally believe the next fear-mongering talking point following what happened in Venezuela will be for the left against Trump. I'm telling you, it's probably going to come out in the next 9 minutes. If not today, at some point this week, somebody will make this statement. I guarantee it. It's Kayal and Company. I'll tell you what it is next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then,
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Dom Giordano. Recently, I had a chance to chat with some Navy veterans at a watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. Here's my conversation with Commander Aaron Walsh.
Why did you get into the military? Why serve?
So I'm actually 5th generation military. I'm the 1st generation not to go to the academy, but I am the first female to commission. This is something that I've always wanted. I sought the camaraderie I lacked after doing a bunch of sports growing up, and I really wanted that back in my life again. The Navy has been that exact support network that I needed, and I have absolutely loved it, and I love giving back to what I can those days.
You have the military background, but why would someone maybe be intrigued by the Navy?
I think there's definitely a sense of patriotism. I think there's a calling to do more and do better for the community and for the country as a whole. And I think it's everybody just wanting to make the world better for it.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.705. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 officially underway here on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Harry May's cut sheet 745. Oh, yeah. First cut sheet of 2026. Last time I checked, 3+ pages, roughly 32 clips. And that was before Stalker added anything this morning in the wee hours of the day. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Don't miss Bucks County Estate Traders' New Year, New Home Sale. Enjoy 20 to 50% off furniture, decor, and one-of-a-kind finds that make your home feel complete.
By the way, let's start the new year off right, shall we? Can you get over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and click that subscribe button if you have not done so. Also hit that thumbs up button. I want to see where we're at right now, how we're starting the new year. I don't usually do this early because a lot of people come in later, which I understand. Only 72 likes. That is disgraceful. That is disgraceful. I need people right now to get on over to YouTube and hit that thumbs up button. youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please.
There you go.
The new year, new resolution.
I started a New Year's resolution.
Oh, here we go.
I did.
What?
I did. Saturday was my birthday, January 3rd. So
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Notice how he brought that up so everybody would say happy birthday to him.
I'm like Al Bundy.
Yeah,
I don't want to be.
it's ridiculous.
I don't want anybody singing happy birthday.
Well,
I don't
then-
even want anything.
Then you would have just not mentioned it.
Well, because
Where'd your
it
girls
was.
get you?
They got a bunch of random little knickknacks. But my birthday falls with Christmas, so it's like all kind of lumped
Yeah.
together. So that kind of sucks. But my resolution started on Saturday, and that's I'm going completely dry. No more Friday, Saturday cocktails for 3 straight months.
Good for you.
90 days. So Saturday, April 4th is the day of the Final Four. I will have my first cocktail since Saturday, January 3rd.
By the way, can I just say something about this too?
Gotta lose 28 pounds, by the way.
This is gonna 28.
28.
Wow.
This is
I'm 228, bro.
This is good. 228.
I got on this after the Christmas and New Year's thing. Friday, January 2nd, I go into my little gym and I get on the old school scale where you slide the things to the left and the right.
Yeah.
And I knew I had to start at the 200 block on the bottom.
Yeah.
And I started it around like 218 on the top little block, and the little thing kept going up to the top. So it's like, all right, you got to go heavier. So I kept sliding it, and then the thing kept dropping and dropping, and then it was 228. I was like, holy moly. Can you imagine being 5'9", 228?
No.
Neither can I. Well, I can, and I don't like it.
Well, here, all right. So it's good. You know, look, you're an honest human.
Yeah.
You know, you're saying you want to lose 28 pounds. That's very commendable.
It is.
But getting back to the dry thing, you know, like if you need to do dry January, then you probably have a problem.
You probably had a wet December.
Just saying. You know what I mean? Like if you have to physically say I'm gonna go a whole month without drinking, you might have a problem.
It's not because
That's all I'm
I have like an addiction.
I know.
I only do 2 days a week. But I with my history of family health with heart issues, diabetes, and the fact that I'm now up to 220, and it's not just alcohol, it's carbs. I mean, I've gained 30 pounds since I moved back here. 30 pounds. Yeah. Because everything comes with a roll or bread in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You ever notice that?
Ask for it without it.
I like carbs. But I'm going to cut them out.
That's the problem.
That's
We
the
all love
problem.
carbs.
I do.
You're going to cut out carbs completely?
I've changed up my eating habits. I'm going to eat very clean. No more snacking. So basically, exercise 6 days a week. No alcohol for 3 months. No snacking after 7 o'clock. 3 meals. And I'm basically, I don't really consume any sugar anyway, other than what's in like some basic foods. I don't put sugar in my coffee. If I drink a Red Bull, it's sugar free. I don't drink soda, and I'm cutting out no pasta, no sandwiches, even like a rye or a Jewish rye or a bread that's in low carbs. I don't want any bread for a while. It's just fish, chicken, salad, vegetables, fruits, and maybe a little rice from time to time.
Yeah, and it's also you'll feel great because what we know about
Kimberly says,
What?
"Greg, why so nasty and judgmental?" Kimberly, are you new here? Do you not
I
know?
love sticking
Do
people.
you
Like
not
his
know what I
shtick.
do? Oh God,
he's the
He's the foil
nasty and judgmental is what I am.
on the air.
No, but I think, and also with any kind of alcohol like you're talking about, it turns into sugar, turns into glucose in the body.
Right. Empty at calories, right?
So,
Yep.
So by eating, protein, like healthy proteins, what you're talking about is you're making your body work hard for the sugar.
I'm on the Maha movement, a 90-day Maha.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yep.
And by the way, you say you're 5'9", but you're probably more like 5'8".
Oh, so in 2024 I was 5'9".
I don't know.
Even though I claimed to be 5'10". Now Stalker's trimmed off another inch.
Uh-oh.
By the time we get to by the time we get to the election in 2028, Stalker will have me at 5'6.5". I'll be an Oompa Loompa.
By the way, I'm very proud of you for cutting out alcohol.
Well,
I
don't
think
give me
it'll-
any credit yet.
I think it'll lose a month.
It's only been like 2 days.
I was just-
Plenty of time to screw it up. All right, so
Did you drink every day over vacation?
No, no. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, and then New Year's Day as Alabama scored 3 points in the Rose Bowl.
What a disgrace.
I wanted
What
to
a-
drink my face off.
What a disgraceful display. And by the way, I saw you. Can I just say one thing, too? Remember your New Year's resolution? You were going to be, I'm not going to tweet for
Well, that's
2
also into
weeks.
effect this year.
You lie. You tweeted about every nonsensical
sports
thing.
game, yeah, I did.
Oh, God.
I
It was
thought-
just like every dumb thought that was in your head,
Yeah.
you put out on Twitter.
You know
like, stop already.
You know what I realized is and
that you have a problem?
Were both of you off the same stretch as well? So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time?
Yes.
It's too long. It's too long of a vacation. Like
never too long.
7 days is too
I could have
little.
gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March probably. It just was too long. I can't do 15 days. Like 10 or 11 days is kind of the sweet spot for me. I was ready to. I was thinking of big takes last Tuesday, and I had Stocker's voice in my head. Do not do the Minnesota story. The rest of the audience was around. Nobody cares. The story's old. I'm like, all right.
Yes.
And thank God Maduro happened.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and the Tom Azelby and everybody
and
everybody who
Kathy
filled
Barnett.
in for us. We appreciate you. So thank you very much for doing it. It's also a time for, you guys to shine. We shine every day. So it's nice for other people to give some other people the chance to talk to the Delaware Valley.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Absolutely. Our fill-ins do way better than Tanner McKee did.
Exactly right. So Democrats, this according to Axios, as we continue the conversation for a little bit longer here on what happened in Venezuela with Trump and Maduro. Axios with a story published yesterday. Democrats fume at party's response to Maduro capture, saying, quote, it looks weak. Some Democrats, as Axios writes, are grumbling at their party's largely oppositional stance to President Trump's raid to capture Nicolas Maduro, saying privately that their colleagues should be celebrating. Axios writes, these lawmakers argue it could be a major political miscalculation if the party fails to applaud the downfall of a brutal dictator with sufficient volume, even given grave concerns about the operation's, quote, legality and longer-term ramifications. Party leaders have raged at Trump for bypassing Congress and leaving them in the dark about the operation to capture Maduro, which involves striking several military targets in Venezuela's capital city. And many rank-and-file lawmakers referred to polling that shows Americans largely oppose a protracted intervention in Venezuela. I'd like to see what poll that is, because I think a majority of Trump Republicans appreciate that move. Maybe it doesn't resonate with Democrats, especially if you are an ardent Trump hater. But some centrists and battleground district members who spoke to Axios under the condition of anonymity to offer candid criticisms of their party's message have a different view. Quote, one swing district House Democrat told Axios in a text message on Saturday, quote, nuance is dead in politics. Quote, Maduro is bad. Glad he is gone. You can't have it both ways, the lawmaker said, venting that, quote, everything Trump touches must be bad, according to our base. Another vulnerable House Democrat told Axios in a phone interview on Sunday, as Democrats, we can't just condemn what happened. I wish the Democratic Party would be a little more measured on this. And we know that the Democrat Party, or the vocal majority of those that are elected in the House, in the Senate, or a governor, whether it's Tim Walz, Josh Shapiro, Gavin Newsom, you name it, they oppose every single thing Donald Trump says, everything Donald Trump does. Running joke forever on this show, I've said Trump could cure childhood cancer and the Democrat base would have a problem with it. I actually think it makes them look really bad. I also think it makes a few people like Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene look bad. And if you think about this, every time Trump gets involved in something, the Democrats seem to be against America, right? Even when you go back to the Biden administration in 2022, when the war with Russia-Ukraine started, have you noticed the theme in the last couple of years for the left, Dawn? It's, hey, it's Ukraine flags. Oh, you know what? It's time to get the Palestinian flag out. On down the list, every flag, support everything except for America. And you eliminated a bad guy. And oh, by the way, like we mentioned in the big take, your party was advocating for it. So what was the little phrase that Swalwell used to throw out in the last 2 years or so? Was it taco? Trump always chickens out, right? And I referred to what Biden had posted on social media 5 years ago, assuming that was Joe at the point. Who knows? It could have been a handler because Biden probably didn't even know how to work Twitter at that point. Donald Trump admires guys like Maduro. He doesn't have what it takes. He loves thugs and dictators. He won't take them out. And what happened? Trump pulled off a flawless Flawless. I mean, you couldn't have done this any better if you were playing Call of Duty on the Xbox and went in and raided somebody's place and brought not only Maduro, but Maduro's wife back. And now the DEA, you can see some of the videos that have been rolling on TV. I know Fox has had it this morning with Maduro and the perp walk and the handcuffs, getting off of the plane in a blue sweatshirt.
We have some of that, by the way, if you want to see some of the...
I would.
This is... let's start with 7 here. This is Maduro being escorted off of a plane in New York.
There he is.
With his hoodie on.
Yep. Pair of blue pants and some bad bowling or golf shoes. I don't know what those are.
Does he? So he has cuffs on his hand. Does he have them on his?
I was looking.
I don't see shackles.
No.
Yeah.
He's wearing the sandals with the white socks.
Yeah.
Never a good look.
No.
Never.
Oh, those are sandals. Okay. Though they might have been white-tipped shoes. Yeah, you're right. He probably didn't have to wear those slides.
And then let's do cut 8 here, where he did the perp walking.
Yep, there he is.
Inside as opposed to outside.
Is he wearing Mickey Mouse ears? What was he wearing there?
Oh my God!
What was happening there?
Have fun in prison for now, buddy. So I said, here's my prediction, and let me see if you guys agree with this. I think at some point today or this week, the next evolution of the Democrat talking points on the opposition to this Maduro capture will be the following. This does not stop here with Donald Trump. He is going to officially start a war in the next couple of years because Donald Trump will want to stay in power. And we have seen other nations, when they officially go to war, cancel elections, like Vladimir Zelensky, right? Still the leader of Ukraine. They did not have an election because they have been at war. Mark my words, it'll either be an AOC thing, a Gavin Newsom thing, it'll pop up on MSNBC, it could come from Morning Joe. Wherever it comes from, it will be something to the effect of Donald Trump is going to start a war in 2026 or 2027 or 2028 because he wants to stay in power. To which I say that is nonsense because you think Trump, with 10 years of politics and ending wars, never starting a war. And, you know, we can sit here and talk about those little wars that he ended that nobody even knew was going on, right? I know the Middle East peace deal could go up in smoke at any moment. Russia, Ukraine, still going on. But do you think a guy who wants part of his diplomatic legacy to be, I didn't start wars in 8 years or 2 terms, I finished wars, unlike all of my peers, all of my predecessors, Clinton, Bush, Obama, you name it. I ended them. I didn't start any. You really think he's going to do that in 2026, 27, or 28 to stay in power at the age of, what will he be then, 81, 82 years old? I think that's nonsense, but I could see it coming from the Democrats, and I do believe it will happen. They will say that.
I think that they've already pivoted because they started saying one thing. Then they looked at the polls and their internal polls and realized how popular this is, and particularly with the Hispanic vote. And now they're pivoting. And what are they talking about now? Epstein, Affordable Care Act, anything else? Nick, I think they just pivot away from this because it's a losing issue. When you have, I mean, what was the latest number in Florida? 400,000 Venezuelan Americans, people who fled Venezuela, all those huge communities in New York City. You think of AOC, her district, where Maduro is in that, you know, in New York City. So I just think it's a total loser for the Democrats, and their own words are being, and I know it's on the cut sheet, their own words being slapped right in their faces with the top Democrats over the years, even in the Biden administration. Biden even, you know, had put out a number on Maduro's head, if you will. So I think they just start talking about, they're going to pivot and talk about something else, anything else and I suspect it'll be Epstein and Affordable Care Act. That's what I think.
You're looking at it, and I think you're looking at it rationally and logically. Democrat Party has not done anything rational or logical in the last 7 or 8 years. And you say losing political issue, I present to you the border. I present to you dudes and women's sports. Those are losing issues for Democrats as well, yet they never seem to give up on it because the guy that they're trying to oppose is Donald Trump. So they would rather, cut off your nose to spite your face? They would rather resist Trump on every single little nuanced piece of information or policy or a quote that he drops when he's doing a gaggle with the media, as opposed to read the room and say 60% or 82% of Americans, they don't agree with you.
Well, I'm sure since all of the people in Doral, Florida are happy about this, all the Venezuelan people that live in Florida are happy about this, I'm sure they're going to go back now, right? Since it's a...
Is Doral full of
oh yeah,
Venezuelans?
Yeah. We had all kinds of there are all kinds of celebrations in the streets from this. So I'm assuming that since the dictator is gone,
self-deporting,
they'll go back to that country, right?
They may very well, but it's not. Yeah, it doesn't happen overnight, Greg.
Yeah, I don't think they
will. Gregory.
You can't just snap your finger, Greg, and make them disappear.
There's still a lot of turmoil in that country. I don't ever like that we are and were used as the world's police. And I think that's when you talk about America first. For those of us who are America first, I don't think anybody wants us to be the world's police. I hope to God that's not what's going to happen here. I did laugh out loud when Trump, like wink, wink, said quoted the Monroe Doctrine and called it the Donroe Doctrine. That was hysterical and just basically trolling, the Democrats on that one. But
that's what we do now, right?
That's a Sean Ferris spoof impression video coming up.
Owning the libs.
Gosh. But I'll say this: it also, if you look at Marco Rubio over the weekend, here's what also the Democrats are probably worried about. Rubio on full display, he's awesome, and nobody can argue with it. And so they know that he is a force to be reckoned with. And if you think about Democrats and career politicians in general, they're worried about 2028. This very issue really makes Rubio a star. The more he speaks, the more you like him. And I'll just take you back, and I reposted this over the weekend, thinking about Rubio in Pennsylvania, speaking in Northampton County, right? And here in Bellwether, Pennsylvania, and those districts, and speaking not just in English, but fluent in Spanish. He was a force. He was part of Trump Force 47.
He's been very impressive.
He's extremely impressive. Yep. And so I think that's another reason that this whole issue, the Democrats are going to pivot away from it, because it makes it really puts Rubio on a stage all by himself.
855-839-1210. Cut sheet in 20 minutes. But up next, let's get to the other big story that was developing throughout the time we were on the holiday break. A new wrinkle, a new development, and also why 2026, according to one prominent former mainstream media journalist, this will be the year that independent journalism dominates. We'll get to that, and we'll tie that into the Nick Shirley reporting from the alleged Somali daycare fraud in Minneapolis, and we will do that coming up next. But first, the first word of 2026 from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and today we're talking about Mazda. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading, they are now inviting you to the Mazda More to Move sales event. That's right. Right now, get up to $2,000 customer cash, $2,000 in customer cash on select new Mazdas, or an incredible 0.9% APR for up to 72 months. Translate that, that's 6 years, I think, on a new 2025 CX-5 or CX-50. That's more value, more flexibility, and more reasons to drive a Mazda during the More to Move sales event. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, or shop their extensive inventory online at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline. So I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Listen up, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:30. Welcome back in Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. What's on the cut sheet? We all find out together. In just about 15 minutes, Harry Mays will join us as cut sheet contributor for a Monday. The other big story that has been going on for just about 2 weeks now, it started out on social media. It led to the White House getting involved, issuing statements. It's led to all the mainstream media reporting on, covering or criticizing the independent journalist, and that is the alleged fraud at the Somali daycare centers in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as well as what has now spawned off to all of these Somali-owned daycare centers throughout the country, whether it's Minneapolis, Minnesota, Seattle, Washington. There are some in California. I believe, according to Crime Surge in Philadelphia. Dawn, what's Frank's last name? I always forget his last name. It's Frank
Scales.
Frank Scales and
it's
Ian.
Surge Philly.
And it's Ian There's another guy that works with him.
Yeah, and they'll be here today, by the way.
Oh, good.
Mondays, they usually come on in
Great.
person.
Cool.
And so two great guys graduated Roman Catholic High School here in Philadelphia, and they are still students, by the way, at Philadelphia Community College.
Okay. So they're still very young in their careers.
Yeah, they're college, like I say, Philadelphia Community College students, but they've been traveling across the country.
Yep.
And over the holiday, they actually attended the Turning Point USA.
Gotcha.
The big, convention in Arizona, the first one after Charlie was assassinated.
Yeah, brutal. So Catherine Herridge, who I really like, former longtime journalist, spent a big stretch of her career at CBS News, has gone independent, which is interesting. She leaves CBS News a handful of years ago. Barry Weiss, now essentially the head of the editorial department of CBS News. So they've kind of flipped spots in their career, one going mainstream to independent, the other going from the free press back to CBS News. But Catherine Herridge tweeted, and Phil, let's play the video. I think we have enough time for this. I'm going to try to keep this short because I know we have to get a break for the cut sheet. But let's roll K7 if you don't mind, Phil. Catherine Herridge says 2026 will be the year that independent journalism will dominate. Let's listen and watch this.
This week on Straight to the Point, a personal message. In 2025, our team bet big on independent journalism. We believed that you were tired of Talking Points TV, you were tired of the stale, predictable formats on Sunday, and that you were open to something new. A recent Gallup poll reinforced our reporting. It found less than 30% of Americans are confident the media covers the news fully, accurately, and fairly. I experienced this myself as a CBS News senior investigative correspondent assigned to the Hunter Biden probe. After I left, I wanted to be transparent about the blocks I faced at CBS News. At that time, CBS News was under different management and did not comment.
So I play that because I agree with her. I do believe we are seeing the rise in independent journalism. I think it will be bigger and bolder this year than it was last year, 2025 versus 2024. That being said, I want to get to Nick Shirley, this independent journalist in Minneapolis, Frank Scales in Philadelphia. And this is not to delegitimize their work ethic or their sourcing or questioning what their motives are, even though they might not necessarily always present all of the facts or have all of the facts. And I do think if you have the desire and the gumption to be a journalist, you can do it. We've seen people in this audience, in this area, Meg Brock, Bucks County. If you're willing to go where the mainstream media will not, you can do a good job. But it doesn't mean you're going to do it as well as a true trained and tried journalist like a Dawn Stensland, multiple TV outlets, University of Minnesota, journalism degree. You do learn things, doing it the quote traditional way that maybe young people like Nick Shirley or Frank Scales haven't essentially mastered yet. And I bring that up to say this. Do I think what's going on in Minnesota is happening? Do I think there are Somali daycare centers where fraud is happening? I do. Do I think it's to the extent that Nick Shirley has presented on social media in the last 14 days? I do not. But what really stood out to me is why the media was more outraged at an independent journalist than the government that allowed alleged fraudsters to continue to operate in such a shady fashion. Now, look, I did a couple of fact checks. There's a handful of Nick Shirley's reporting that is flawed, that is inaccurate or misrepresented. I do believe the fraud is happening, but probably not at the level he claims. I actually think the bigger issue with all of this is the amount, and Stalker will mention this when we talk about, the influx of people from the Middle East and the radical Muslims and Dearborn and stuff like that. And I looked this up with Google AI in their Google AI mode search. 90% of Somalians in the United States are on some form of government assistance. 73% are on Medicaid. 42% are on SNAP benefits. And then on top of all of that, which we pay for, they could be possibly, and I'm just going to use allegedly because I'm not the one out there doing research and reporting and on the ground in Minneapolis or Philadelphia or Seattle, they have these shoddy daycare centers. And CBS News investigated this. and they found out that there were 4 out of the 10 that they looked into were operational with people and children present. The other 6 were either vacant, nobody would answer the door, or nobody would answer the phone. In fact, when Nick Shirley posted his first video from Minneapolis on X, you could see in his video the phone number of the daycare center that he's calling. So I froze the video and I dialed the number myself. They don't have an active voicemail. Now, the one that Frank Scales went to in Philadelphia, they have a voice message that is dated from Independence Day saying, "We are closed for the 4th of July." I'm thinking, that was 7 months ago. And if you've seen some of the videos, the buildings, the windows are closed, they're shuttered, they're darkened out. And let me ask you this. When you see some of the videos that Shirley has presented, why do you have 7 or 8 men at 10:30 at night coming out of the daycare center that apparently has not been in use for a handful of days, maybe a week or so? You know, if a daycare center closes, 6:30, 7 o'clock when a parent picks up their child, why are there people there at 10 o'clock at night? And then there are videos of Shirley, and this is the stuff that kind of developed over the last 3 or 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where they are tracking down the owners of these daycares in these well-off, nice neighborhoods where these people are allegedly taking fraudulent funds and doing God knows what with it. They answer the door, and one guy trying to be an independent journalist, and I take this with a major grain of salt, hell, a shaker full of it, he goes up to the door and says, "Hi, I'm interested in inquiring about," and some of these daycare centers are operated from the people that own the house or rent the house. And he says, "I'd like an application for the daycare center." And the lady says, "There's no daycare here." There's a lot of shady stuff going on. And I do believe, because Minnesota has a history of fraud like this, so I don't think it's everything Shirley reports and claims that it is, but I do think there's something here. And I just didn't like the way the media tried to go after Shirley when he's doing the job that you would think Minnesota journalists would do, the Star Tribune. And then the government gets involved. They're like, "Well, we did a check." And I'm like, well, I don't really trust the government. First of all, it's Tim Walz's state. He's the governor. And secondly, you're the ones providing those funds. So why should we believe you if you're the one contributing to potential fraud? Well, I'm curious that just what you guys think about this.
This is obviously affecting Tim Walz because there's a report out this morning that he's dropping his bid for re-election for Minnesota governor.
You find the timing of it now?
I find the timing of it now very suspect because of everything that's happening. So I do believe that, what they always say, where there's smoke, there's fire here with this. I think that him dropping out, he'll make excuses of why he's going to drop out, but it's 1,000,000,000% this.
Dawn, your thoughts?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, Nick Shirley has pointed out that the local stations there in Minneapolis and their investigative teams, even dating back to the spring of 2018, their investigative unit had a story of $100 million in child welfare fraud, and some of which allegedly funded those terrorists in Somalia as well as the Middle East. That's a 2018 report. That's real. So he has said this has been swirling, and there have been published reports by the so-called mainstream media going back to 2018. Also, Pam Bondi announced, the arrest that they've had, and so the Attorney General Pam Bondi, obviously, Justice Department has been investigating the fraud claims for months, and they've charged 98 people, 85 of whom are of Somali descent, they've said, and more than 60 found guilty in court.
Yeah.
So this is an ongoing court case. This is not something that's being made up.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, the narrative is, oh, well, let's just question the integrity of a young independent journalist rather than look at all the tangible evidence and what's going on here.
Yeah. And to your point with the government being involved in investigating, I believe there are some, it's not even a report, it's confirmed. The Biden administration was looking into this during their tenure from 2021 to 2024. So this is not something that Nick Shirley just made up out of thin air. My question is how much of it is accurate? And then also think about the bigger game here. You have people from Somalia, they come to this country, Then they're provided all this government assistance. And then, of course, what's the end goal? Get them to vote Democrat. And then, oh, by the way, if you question the Somali, like I saw the last video that Shirley posted. He was on, apparently he's got his own personal security team because he's been threatened so many times. There was this Muslim Somali man that was kind of harassing him, but it didn't get too ugly until it did get ugly. And then it was, you're racist, you're Islamophobic. And I'm just here to say, we're done with that. Okay. If you're committing fraud, I don't care what your race is. I don't care what your religion is. It's 2026. And I think the whole nonsense of the moment you question something because somebody checks boxes based on their identity, it's automatically an ism, it's racism, it's Islamophobism, blah, blah, blah. People are done with that. Absolutely done with that. And to me, it's like I'm one of those people like, all right, you're not going to sit here and kind of smear me because if I was Nick Shirley, because I'm doing a job that other outlets don't want to do. And by the way, too, the whole CBS thing, like CBS, I'm sorry, to me, Tony Dokapul could interview Pete Hegseth and be right down the middle, and I thought he did a pretty nice job. But CBS News has a long way to go before I believe them when they try to come in and discredit Nick Shirley, saying that, well, a majority of this is unverifiable and unsubstantiated, Dawn.
Yeah, and it's not just CBS. Overall, I think the institutions such as the mainstream media have lost credibility.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't even know if you can get it back, but it's like anybody who's had any relationship, in a personal relationship, once you've broken somebody's trust, it's very difficult to earn back that trust. But to Greg's point about, Governor Walz, I think that's a big tell that he's, I know the Post was reporting it and so
11
on.
a.m. today, he's supposed to hold a press conference.
So, that is, the fact that they've alleged that this comes back on him, that he allegedly knew about it. And look, I did go to J school in Minneapolis. Some of those stations, KSTP, which by the way is owned by the Hubbard family, it's the Hubbard School of Journalism there. There are many there's a belief there in independent journalism. They have some fantastic investigative units, something that's died across the country. And so I just think that it's something that's not being, it's not just popping up. It's not right-wing media.
No.
And it's not just, this one young guy. I think that Walz knows that the writing is on the wall.
Yep.
For him.
I agree. All right, 7:44 as we welcome in our buddy.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Let's go, Harry. Hello, Harry Mays.
Who's Tony Dokapul?
The new
Last
face.
I checked, it was Dokapul, and he's a socialist, if I can remember correctly. Married to Katie Tur.
That's right.
Who used to, I think, work for Obama way back in the day.
Look at this. Harry coming in with some resumes and some facts.
I'm ready, man. I'm alcohol-free in 2026. Let's go.
Whoa, you too, huh?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Never felt better.
Where have you been? Nick says you were cheating on us.
Yeah. We haven't had you on in a month. It's good to have you
I've
back.
been down in Florida buying properties. What are you talking about? I'm busy.
He's busy.
He's buying
Yeah.
property and he's not drinking booze. Harry
That's right.
Mays for you in 2026.
Got to be ready for these liberals.
Wait, hang on, Harry, for a second. So
Yeah.
you're completely alcohol free the entire year. You're not going to drink.
Well, no. Well, let's start with January. Okay? it's called dry January for a reason.
all right.
Because February it's still cold and miserable, and you need to drink.
All right, can I ask you a question? And
Yes.
you seem very ornery this morning, so maybe I should get on your bad side. But like, if you need to do a dry January, you might have a problem. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know I have a problem.
Oh,
I admit
okay,
I have a problem.
That's good.
I'm not hiding this. What are you talking about?
I appreciate that.
All right. Only a minute late. The first cut sheet of 2026.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday, the first Monday of 2026? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Brian Krieger and everybody at all the great people at Tri-County Auto. Thank you for sticking with us in 2026. We appreciate that. Let's stick with, speaking of sticking with things, let's stick with Dokapul, Tony Dokapul. He's the new face of CBS News.
So it's not it's not Docapil or Docapil, Copel.
Oh God!
I know.
And
Oh,
most
my
of
God.
America doesn't know either.
Oh yeah.
Harry hosts a major market
Yeah.
morning show.
Yeah.
And-
was part of CBS Mornings for years too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was talking about our friend Nick Kayal.
Oh.
By the way,
that guy.
should we talk about how great of a December Kaling company had, as
Yeah,
well
it was-
as the Dawn Show? By the way,
It was great. Everything's great.
Yeah.
Everything is
Yeah.
great.
People like my gaffes.
What?
My gaffes.
I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a couple guys in New York that have been making gaffes for 30 years,
Yeah.
making big money.
So this is 26. Tony DeCopel makes a promise to his viewers. You come first. Roll this.
A lot has changed since the first person sat in this chair, but for me, the biggest difference is people do not trust us like they used to. And it's not just us.
Pause
it's
it for a second.
all of legacy media.
Pause it for a second. I love, this is so rich to me that this was a couple weeks ago. So this was like the end of 2025. And right now in 2025, after the drubbing they took in 2024, the election, right now, a year later, they're coming to the realization that maybe legacy media is broken. Like maybe legacy media is broken. Maybe this is I
mean, they said many don't trust us.
To Dawn's point here, I think too little, too late.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do to get? I don't know. Like, bring in this average white dude up here. No offense to average white guys.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
Proud to be one.
But bringing this average white dude up here with his crisp white shirt and his blue tie, that's gonna move the needle.
I mean, Dawn
and his
did
Harvard or his Columbia education.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, and his like you said, Harry, his elitist, like he's married to Katie Tur, who used to be married to Keith Olbermann, and like it's a
Right.
whole this whole
It's a
incestuous
whole web.
thing. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
a
gross.
web.
It's gross.
It's all a propaganda arm of the Democrat Party, and everybody knows it.
Thank
Wow,
you.
look at this man.
It's all up.
I like dry Harry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dawn, did Barry Weiss write that opening statement? We only heard about 8 seconds of it, but I mean,
Maybe.
my God.
We'll play more. I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah,
mean to
no,
start
it's good.
12 seconds into it.
Let's go.
Roll it.
And I get it. I get it because I've been hearing about it from just about everybody for more than 20 years as I've traveled America on this assignment or that. My mom's neighbors in West Virginia, my own neighbors in New York City, thousands and thousands of conversations in between. Sometimes people want to talk to me about our coverage of NAFTA or the Iraq War. Other times it's all about Hillary Clinton's emails or Russiagate. Or more recently, COVID lockdowns, Hunter Biden's laptop, or the president's fitness for office. The point is, on too many stories, the press has missed the story because we've taken into account the perspective of advocates and not the average American. Or we put too much weight in the analysis of academics or elites and not enough on you. And I know this because at certain points, I have been you. I have felt this way too.
Oh, wait,
No,
hang on.
you're not. You're not me.
Yeah, Dawn is correct. That's the Bill Clinton. I feel your pain crap.
Yeah, right.
Oh God.
Yeah. All he's missing is the curled up index finger. Yeah. You know what I mean?
The red Sharpie.
Curled up what?
Yeah.
Exactly. Index finger.
Yeah.
Clinton invented that. You don't point, you curl up the index finger.
Right. Some of us still haven't figured that out.
Yeah.
I will say this: there are these reports on all these, Reddit and whatever, that Katie is not too happy with Tony.
I'm sure.
And because, she's a big D, a big lefty, and that the rumors are swirling that their
there's a
political
schism?
divide. Yeah, schism.
Oh.
That's it.
About that.
She's not happy with her hubby.
His dad was a marijuana dealer.
Really?
According to Wikipedia.
Allegedly.
Yes. Dealt pot. No, I think it's true.
Like a medical marijuana
I'm
thing?
going with it, Dawn.
Okay, go with it, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wikipedia told it to me, so I believe
My
it.
big pharma advertisers will not have a problem with that.
Well, speaking of advertising, I think he does get to that at some point in this clip, correct?
Yes.
Because if not, I have the transcript.
Roll a little bit more here.
What I was seeing and hearing on the news didn't reflect what I was seeing and hearing in my own life. And that the most urgent questions simply weren't being asked. So here's my promise to you today and every time you see me in this chair. You come first.
Yep, here it is.
Not advertisers, not politicians, not corporate interests. And yes, that does include the corporate owners of CBS. I report for you, which means I tell you what I know, when I know it, and how I know it. And when I get it wrong, I'll tell you that too.
Wow, sure.
It also means I'm going to talk to everybody and hold everyone in public life to the very same standard. After all, I became a journalist to talk to people. I love talking to people about what works in this country, what doesn't, and not only what should change, but the good ideas that should never change. I think telling the truth is one of them. I'm Tony DeCopel, the anchor of the CBS Evening News. Hold me to it.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to sign off. Jimmy Kelly, I need that.
Yes.
Hold me to it. I need that as a drop on the board. Hold me to it.
What a dick he is.
Not Think about that, Harry. Not his advertisers, so he's not going to pander to Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Not politicians, so he's not going to let Democrats off lightly, and not corporate interests with what the suits at CBS might want. So basically, he's going to be Kayal and Company, right?
That was more funny than anything Kimmel or Colbert has said on their show in years.
Very true.
But I'll just say this, his delivery.
It's phony.
It's a horrible, dude, you're clearly reading from prompter. You're not even reading well.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just was cringy.
Dawn hit the nail right on the head. The problem I have with all of this is not what he said, because it's something that we all know and have known for years. The problem is that he doesn't believe any of it. And he just seems very phony, and he seems like he's reading off of a script, and he goes back in his penthouse in Midtown Manhattan with his hot wife Katie, and
he's not happy with him apparently,
and laughs at everybody. You know what I mean? Like that's what this guy is. That's what this guy does.
Look,
there's no authenticity with him whatsoever.
If you're getting seconds from Keith Olbermann, you should not be bragging about anything.
Exactly right. You might want to sit this one out.
If Keith Olbermann's been there, I'm not going there.
I'm not going there.
Exactly right.
Well, but you know what?
Everybody has standards.
But what all of you are really saying when you talk about authenticity, and it's a word that we say all the time. You know, when you see like Tom Homan, not for nothing, but you know what I mean? Like you see different people who you just know they're authentic.
That's him.
Trump,
Yep.
whether people hate Trump or love Trump, and obviously he's somebody who you can't even think of anybody else who's able to polarize the American people. But Trump, nobody would question his authenticity. He can't help himself.
Yep.
He says it the way they might go, Mr. President, just stick to the points, blah, blah, blah.
To a fault.
Right? Right?
Yes.
But you know that he's authentic, right? This guy, inauthentic. And that's just it. You can't even put your finger on it, perhaps.
Well,
by the way, he claims he's 5'8", Nick.
Right.
But he carries it better than I do.
I think Gayle King was puking into a bucket backstage as he was saying that.
And you know what's amazing about this too is it's a copycat industry. So the question I have now is, will if CBS has an ounce of success with this, and I don't think they will.
They won't.
Do you think anybody else will or should try to replicate this?
I believe this is the official. And I know people are going to roll their eyes when they say this because it's been happening for years, but I believe this is the official death knell in legacy media, where they try when you try and evolve into what you think the public wants, like this, and you're inauthentic about it, people can see right through this. And the problem is is that the people who watch CBS Evening News or CBS News don't want to hear, like, they don't care, like, that's not what they want.
They want the propaganda.
This is not what they want.
They got affirmation.
Right. They hear this and they hear all the stories about Barry Weiss and all this, and like she's going to, I will say this, I don't know if this is her mission, she's going to kill CBS News. She will kill CBS News. That is my by the end of the year. By the end of the year, I don't know where CBS is in the ratings, but they'll be 50 points lower.
Well, I
50% lower.
I
should
don't
say.
have CBS, but I do have the top cable networks of 2025 in primetime hours. So the only two that saw an increase year over year in ratings, and Phil will show you, there's the graphic.
Yeah.
Fox News up 11% and ESPN up 3%. So that's nighttime, primetime. So those are games, not like Stephen A.
Right.
Smith talking heads. But look at MSNBC, down 27% year over year. Look at CNN, down 16%. Remember when MSNBC lost about 40% of their audience, or 27? I forget. It was more than 25% after the election of 2024. And I'll raise my hand and say I was wrong. I said, by January or March of 2025, those people will slowly go back to MSNBC. Based on that graphic right there, according to Nielsen, which is the ratings company,
They ain't coming back.
they didn't come back to MSNBC.
Yep.
So,
But the big story out of you can read this many ways. To me, first of all, live events. So you think about, and I'll put in the Mummers Parade. I'll put in sporting events. Last night's Eagles game, right? All the football. Live events, people crave and love those live events. Those always are a winner. But when you look at this, HGTV, right? The home, I love that channel, the Home Fix It stuff. And so those kinds of shows rising above everything else, it's fascinating to watch. But think about this. What's her name? Joanna Gaines, right? She has more credibility than Tony Ducapel, whatever his name is, Ducapel. So to just take that in.
yeah.
She went woke, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you're CNN, though. Like, you're losing to the Hallmark Channel. With all due, I don't know what's on the Hallmark Channel.
It's time to punt.
Some wonky Christmas movies, but my God.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with all of this is they're trying these little things to try and tweak ratings and try and tweak viewers and try and get people, interested in what they're doing. When the entire format needs to be scrapped and or they need to evolve into something else. You know what I mean? Because you're not bringing in the generation that you think you are by saying these things for CBS News.
They've already gone.
Yeah.
They're already gone.
The younger generation. They're gone, and they are not coming back.
100%, Tony. They're gone and they're not coming back. So what do? Do you super serve the audience you already have, which to the credit of the ABCs and the World News Tonights and all that nonsense they're doing, and they're succeeding at it? So do you just super serve that audience, or do you try and bring in a new audience that's not going to be there anyway?
Well, and let me also point out, Phil, put that graphic back in there for a second. So those are the ratings for Monday through Saturday from 8 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
That's 3 hours. You see, I mean, in a nation of 340 million people, you see how very small the percentage of Americans, citizens, people that are living and breathing in this country are consuming this. Now take Tony Ducapil's little 1 hour window from 6 to 7 p.m. Imagine how small that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he have an hour?
Or maybe a half hour. I don't know.
I thought it's a half hour.
Is it a half hour? Okay.
Yeah. I think David Muir only has a half hour. So, yeah.
And then you look at other networks like Newsmax. They say that their viewership is up, 40% or something like that?
From 10 people to 15.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I mean, but they're still making money. I mean, that's just it because they have a niche market, if you will.
Newsmax has been around over a quarter century. I don't think most people
the 400% is easy to get to when you're starting with such a small number.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of this, Pete Buttigieg,
my favorite,
says that doing podcasts, is quote risky.
Paid off for Trump in last election cycle.
This is 25 though. He says, I've started doing some of these podcasts that are like 3 hours long. Oh, the horror, Nick and Dawn.
Try doing a 4-hour show.
Yes.
Try doing 6 hours a day like Dawn does.
I was just going to say that. The podcasters do, like, Joe Rogan is the exception. He does 3 hours 3 times a week. But most of them are an hour or 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, 45
so
minutes.
Spare me the 3-hour podcast. Heavens to Betsy.
I do like 5 a week.
Yeah. But what is he... Think about it, though. What does he think is the risk? And this goes back to Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I think it was a huge mistake during her past run. Huge mistake for her not to go on with Joe Rogan, who you mentioned. But maybe this is why. Because if you're afraid to be on the air for 3 hours or 6 hours or whatever that looks like, what does that say about you? You're afraid because you don't want, that inevitably you're gonna reveal who you really are.
You're going to get exposed.
And what you're about.
She can't go 3 hours without drinking.
But
allegedly.
to your point, if she went on with Joe and smoked pot or drank, what would have happened?
She'd have won.
Right?
She might have won.
She would have done a lot better.
Yeah.
You know?
No, but you're right, Dawn. They love the Democrats and these certain politicians. They love. I mean, Trump can do 3 hours standing on his head. Sometimes I think he actually has done 3 hours standing on his head.
Yeah.
But they love the controlled environment, right? The sterilized media. They love sitting there with Margaret Brennan. They know it's going to be softball lob city. They don't want to sit down and do 3 hours, especially if the guy interviewing them or chatting with them for 3 hours has the guts to go where they don't want them to go and ask them the uncomfortable questions.
And why is that?
Trump-
Because they're gaslighting.
Yep.
They're I would love to see our Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. I will never believe that he actually believes in a lot of the progressive nonsense, but that's what the party wants. That's what the party demands.
I agree.
And so I would love to see Governor Josh Shapiro on with a Joe Rogan and show who he really is. And by the way, it'd be better for him personally in his political career. But
You think?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But he never will.
Nope.
Think about all
Trump
the
could
progressive nonsense that he's gone on with girls in sports and all that stuff. There's no way that he personally supports that.
Trump could do an overnight sports show and market 50.
With
with
no calls.
With no listeners, no calls, nothing.
Well, it is the Gemini thing.
Now here we go.
You buy into that?
Oh yeah.
He's a
Gemini.
She's a nut.
What am I? What's January?
You're a Capricorn.
I'm a Capricorn. What is that supposed to be? So what do they say Capricorns are? So let's play. We should play this game.
Billy Ray Valentine,
I'm a Cancer.
Capricorn.
You're a Cancer?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
That's what our old boss used to say about you.
That's right. Exactly right. I'm a malignant Cancer.
All right. Let's roll Petey.
Some people said it was actively harmful to go onto Fox News. Now, I think it's relatively uncontroversial in the party that we should be there. Well, it's funny, they're not booking me as often as they used to.
They're obsessed with Gavin, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as somebody's doing it. But also into the kind of the online. Look, most people younger than me aren't getting the majority of their news from any TV.
No, that's
Fox
quite
either.
an aged demographic.
And so obviously there's kind of an online expansion of that same principle. But the principle is there. And I think I would take the podcasts. So, I've started doing some of these podcasts that are like 3 hours long. And even if you intended to be on talking points for 3 hours, it is just not possible, which is risky. It's a risk. And it's the kind of risk that a lot of people in the consultantocracy in the party tell you shouldn't take because you will definitely put a foot wrong in 3 hours. You just will.
Well, that's
consultants.
To Dawn's point, that's a shot at Kamala. He just took a shot at Kamala there. 100%.
Yep.
But,
you
by
can't
the way,
stay on message for 3 hours.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
How about it?
Get off message. Show your personality. Like I've said this for about a year and a half. I said, name me a Democrat that you would want to sit down, have a beer with, and watch a football game with.
Fetterman.
Maybe Fetterman.
Who, by the way,
Maybe.
is recovering from another heart issue.
Oh, is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, boy.
Well, he was watching the Steelers last night.
Oh, man.
My goodness. They'll
Good night,
put you in
everybody.
the ER quick.
They almost put me in.
By the way, is he? Should we put Fetterman in our death pool?
By the way, speaking of the death pool,
yes,
a text from Mike Opelka saying, "Just thinking, if we're not doing a death pool." So, by the way, are we doing it or not? Because he says if we're not.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing is that I got a lot of pushback for doing the death pool. So that makes me want to do it. That makes me want to do it more.
Exactly.
Like, well, we don't know. It's not in the rights. It's kind of not a good message to be putting out there.
But Howard Stern used to do one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. But here's the point. Is that like we're not wishing anybody death. You know what I mean? We're
But if they do, you benefit.
100%.
We're like poly market.
Yeah.
We're just in the prediction market.
100%.
Yeah.
Right.
100%.
We don't take sides here.
Dawn, You agree with that, right?
I'm not doing the death pool. I told you I'm not doing. I told you I'm not doing it.
Harry, are you in for the death pool?
Well, I thought I was in the death pool until about 6 days ago.
Well, now that you're dry, you're out of
I
the
might have
pool.
been a candidate.
One last thing on the Mayor Pete clip. Here's where I think Democrats do miss it and get it wrong. I've seen some of the numbers. More Democrats watch Fox News than any other channel. Phil, if you could throw that graphic up one more time with the TV ratings again, I just want to point this out. The Fox News numbers that are off the charts compared to their competition, 2.8 million versus 900. That's a 3-to-1 advantage on MSNBC and almost a 6-to-1 advantage on CNN. There's a lot of Democrats that watch Fox News. So the Democrats out there like Mayor Pete that think it's not good to go on, or some consultant, or what did he call it? A consultant top
Consultantocracy.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Whatever a consultant tells you to do the opposite.
Do the opposite. That's what I've always said.
I mean, they ruined Ron DeSantis, right? You need to lose weight. You need to be on Ozempic.
Yeah.
You need to have this weird, awkward grin. You need to wear boots with lifts. And
they ruined my former employer.
Oops.
By the way, the radio show that I was consulting went up 2 full points.
Yeah, how about that?
So
There
how
you
about
go.
that?
Yeah, I want to see stations
No,
around the
I'm
country.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if we're talking about consulting.
Well, you might have a future.
The radio
There you
station I
go.
was consulting went up 2 full points.
That's nice.
Can I buy Bruno in the death pool?
Well, we were talking about this earlier, Harry. That him and Miss Robin got married over.
I saw that
over the holiday. Is this because he's on his last legs? You know
well,
what I mean?
that's what I thought. That was my initial thought. Is that it's easier to pass on your assets.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Exactly.
And by the way, if Tony were here, we would say the same thing to him.
And we will say it again
no
on
doubt
Wednesday.
about it.
We will say
I can't wait.
Yeah,
Just re-rack it.
re-rack it. 100.
Harry was involved in the engagement to Miss Robin.
You were?
Yeah, it was about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Well.
On radio. Yeah. He proposed on radio.
Aw.
Because it's always a bit.
Yeah, it's always a bit with him. I love that. So I love him because he always thinks of radio first. All right, let's get back to the. Oh, by the way, Harry, since we have you here, should the Eagles have started the starters yesterday? 6-1.
That is called stupid.
So, yeah, maybe a few more on the offensive line, perhaps.
Yeah, by the way, you feeling that 49er matchup on Sunday at 4:30?
Well, outside of the Packers, I think it's the best matchup for them in the first round because they're so beat up.
It's better than the Rams, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. That. By the way, the Bears Lions game was a great game.
I was.
Yeah.
It was a really good game.
So was that Steeler Raven game.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't go to bed
man.
till I didn't go to bed till midnight.
Me either.
Yeah. I had Pittsburgh plus 3.5. I was invested.
Yeah.
All right, so let's Secretary Marco Rubio was on all the Sunday shows yesterday, explaining what happened in Venezuela, and yeah, Harry, we spent the good portion of the first hour and a half discussing this, but we can rack it up and do it one more time. Let's start with cut 2 here on if this is a quote-unquote war or not. Roll 2.
Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations. It's not a war against Venezuela. We are enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court. We get a warrant. We seize those boats with oil, and that will continue. We would continue to reserve the right to take strikes against drug boats that are bringing drugs towards the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Sols. Of course, the leader of that cartel is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District of New York, and that's Nicolas Maduro. So we made a big progress in that regard.
You know, Harry, as Greg said, we spent about 90 minutes talking about it. I did the big take on it. I know you were texting me about it over the weekend. I'll tee you up, but I'll just say Marco Rubio against Kristen Welker is like Indiana against a G5 team in the college football playoff.
Exactly right.
It's no contest.
Indiana Temple.
Yes. It's no contest.
Yes.
But your thoughts on everything with Venezuela?
Well, me and my boys are already planning a golf trip to Venezuela 2027. So we're looking forward to that. But yeah, I love how the message has now gone from no kings to leave my dictator alone, as long as the dictator is not Trump.
Right.
Right. This is unbelievable. The mental pretzel that he puts all these Democrats into, where they're now supporting a dictator that 4 years ago they wanted out.
Think about that. They legitimately have called Trump a dictator.
Yes.
Yet Trump goes out and removes a dictator from Venezuela.
Right.
And still, white liberal women go to bed crying about an imaginary dictator named Donald Trump.
Exactly.
I don't get it.
It's unbelievable.
By the way, you don't have to say
incredible.
You don't have to say a D5 team. You can just say against Alabama.
Well, it was like Indiana. He's not wrong.
Wow.
It was like a 35-point Rose Bowl beatdown.
Yes.
Marco Rubio fires back at Kristen Welker after she asks why the U.S. needs Venezuelan oil. Roll this. Three.
Need to take over the Venezuelan oil industry.
Well, we don't need to. First of all, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. You have to understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
Have specific oil
We
companies?
also want to see that oil and the proceeds from it. Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela in 2014 because all the wealth of that country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not going to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it. Not under President Trump.
And that's what I was talking about.
Wow.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier when I talked about what Trump fixed with regard to under Obama, all we were talking about in the headlines, Syria, Aleppo, all of those refugees, the mass exodus, and how it affects the world. It's destabilizing. What did Trump do? He ended that situation. People could go back home. Venezuela, to your point, Harry Mays, a beautiful country. I mean, where people used to vacation 20, 25 years ago. My in-laws, my husband has family there. And so we've always taught when they were kids, they would go there. It's a stunning, beautiful country. People would love to vacation there and go golfing or whatever, but we can't because of what they've done to it.
Yeah, and I'd love
now the closest you can get to it is Aruba.
It's true.
Really?
It's absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that speaking of Aruba, Harry, when I went there 15 years ago now, we were on one of those booze cruises for Sunset. And they said that this is as far as we go out, because if we go out any farther, we're in Venezuelan waters, and they have pirates that'll just come and take our ship.
I'm the captain now.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
I was like, let's not
Captain
go.
Phillips stuff.
Yeah. I was like, let's not go there. Let's not even go close to there.
Right. And now they're in Minnesota.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
On who is running Venezuela now, Kristen Welker asked Marco Rubio. This is for.
Who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Yeah, I mean, I keep people, fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds, long-term, short-term. We'd love to see all kinds of changes. But the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay, we are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that changes. The one I would point everyone to is that our military is helping the Coast Guard conduct a law enforcement function, which is not just the capture of Maduro, but the enforcement of our sanctions. We go to court, we get a warrant, we seize the boats, and we think this is tremendous leverage, incredible, crippling leverage, which we intend to continue to use until we see the changes that we need to see that are benefit to the American people. And by the way, we believe to the people of Venezuela as well.
You know what's amazing to me is how it's okay for China to be badass and strong and big. It's okay for Russia to be wanting to be great. But the liberals and the left-wing media are like, I like America being in fourth place. You know, like I'm not a talking point guy. But Trump's whole thing is make America great again. He wants it to be where it was in the 60s
America
or the 70s
first.
or the 80s. Right. And you know what? Think about it as a football field. The 50-yard line, right? That's like the Western Hemisphere. This is our area, right? And if we're going to be great, that might mean, and look, I'm not on board with regime changes, with war, if Maduro had won his election freely and fairly,
legitimately,
there would be more criticisms, questions, curiosity, right?
Of course.
But like let's stop acting like we went in and captured Justin Trudeau. We captured a really corrupt dude.
But
the four of us could have gone and done that.
Oh, I could have apprehended Trudeau with a water gun.
Seriously.
But the problem is that the whole drug thing is just it's not the truth.
No,
it's
part
not the truth.
of the truth.
No, it's not though, because
But
he just pardoned the dude who hundreds of tons of cocaine into this country. The Honduran president. We just pardoned him. So please spare me the drug thing.
Because because they felt he was denied due process. Remember, Trump was willing to essentially pardon Maduro, if you will, by saying you can flee your country and you can go into Russia, wherever you're going to go, you can go to a number of places. But no, it's not just the drugs, it's the narco-terrorism and the gangs and all of that.
The oil.
The fentanyl's coming from China. Why don't we go in there and take out Xi?
Again,
because we do too much business with China.
The pieces of the ingredients used for fentanyl, then it's assembled, obviously, in Mexico.
Yeah. Oh, why don't we go in there and take over Mexico?
Because Mexico is cooperating. Because their government is, albeit
Mexico
corrupt,
better
but they are cooperating.
Yeah, and Claudia Sheinbaum better stop the "I'm afraid of the cartels" stuff, because that's only going to fly for so long with Trump.
Well, Cuba's next, according to everybody else. This is 5. This is Kristen Welker on Cuba 5.
Go bonkers.
Is the Cuban government the Trump administration's next target, Mr. Secretary? Very quickly.
Well, the Cuban government is a huge problem. Yeah, the Cuban government is a huge problem. First of all,
is that a yes?
Cuba, but I don't think people fully appreciate. I think they're in a lot of trouble. Yes, I'm not going to talk to you about what our future steps are going to be and our policies are going to be right now in this regard, but I don't think it's any mystery that we are not big fans of the Cuban regime, who, by the way, are the ones that were propping up Maduro. His entire internal security force, his internal security apparatus is entirely controlled by Cubans. One of the untold stories here is how, in essence, you talk about colonization, because I think you said Dulce Rodriguez mentioned that. The ones who have sort of colonized, at least inside the regime, are Cubans. It was Cubans that guarded Maduro. He was not guarded by Venezuelan bodyguards. He had Cuban bodyguards. In terms of their internal intelligence, who spies on who inside to make sure there are no traitors, those are all Cubans.
I just think think that they're doing. I think on this show we're doing a better job of explaining why this is happening than the administration is doing. The administration, like that whole word salad that he was talking about with the drugs, is nonsense. Yeah. Just talk about how the leverage that we'll have over other countries for oil,
China and Russia for oil.
Yeah, and giving these contractors, these oil contractors, back the money that they lost,
their leases,
because Hugo Chavez decided 20 years ago that he was just going to take everything over and not pay these American companies.
Yeah, how about
Billy Bob's on his way there right now to scout out some new wells.
Man.
Yeah.
How about Welker? So is that a yes, Mr. Rubio? Yeah, yes, Kristen. On the night of March 9th, 2026, we plan on going into Cuba and doing the same exact thing. Give me a break with that. Like the other thing too with Rubio, where I think he's really good, and I'm not going to go overboard and say, "Are you sure you really want J.D. Vance for 2028 when Marco Rubio?" Like, if you think about it, and we've criticized Pam Bondi and everybody, has there been anybody more impressive in this Trump cabinet than Marco Rubio? No, you can say Vance should be the presidential nominee because he's better in certain presentation standpoints. Rubio's a little dry.
Rubio's impressive, though.
But, dude, when it comes to the actual duties of the job, is there anybody better than Rubio? If Bondi's been the worst, give me somebody better than Rubio.
No, Ruby's been, and this supersizes his star, but Homan's not going to run for president.
No, I know, but he asked who's been better, and I just said Homan's been great.
Yeah, Homan's been great.
Homan's awesome. We love him. But
By the
Rubio,
way, if Marco Rubio runs, he's going to get destroyed.
I don't know about I think the Republican Party has a deep bench for sure, but
he already said he won't, though. Not if Vance does. He said that before we broke.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Dawn.
I will just say this, that when you look at these oil companies that during the Chavez era nationalization, they lost billions of dollars. So they are being asked by this administration to go back in. But even though there have been court rulings in their favor of the American oil companies, they're the ones who will pay for this because now this is years and years. So as far as that goes with these arbitration companies, they won in court. They will go back. But think about it. There's a lot of rebuilding and work to be done. Corporate money. I'm just pointing that out. Corporate money, not our tax dollars necessarily.
Cuba would be good, though. It's a shorter flight to go play golf than Venezuela.
You can. I have friends back in the day who would take, if you had a good boat, take a speedboat from the Keys and go in. People do that. It's gorgeous.
It always comes back to golf courses with Harry.
I know.
Harry's going to be the first.
And cigars. And cigars.
You're going to be the first one to play Trump Gaza.
That's why we like Harry.
Trump Gaza.
Speaking of Trump, he also hints that Cuba might be the next to fall. 33 here. Do we have it? There we go.
That Cuba is ready to fall. You know? Yes. Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Marco Rubio.
You'll have to excuse Lindsey Graham in the background coughing. He's been very happy the last couple of days.
Who?
Lindsey Graham.
Oh, yeah.
Lindsey. Did you see him? He was, again, in that little, you know how Trump always takes questions?
We have him.
Right in the doorway?
Do you want to have some of them?
Of the plane?
First of all, Harry, I said this in the 6 o'clock hour. I totally believe this. The problem I have with a lot of this is the people who love it. The John Boltons, the Lindsey Grahams, the John Brennans. These people are
the war hawks
are rock hard over this.
Yep.
Yeah. And that scares me. That scares the living deal because they're sniveling warhawk weasels.
Well, Lindsey Graham, after the operation was a success, posted on X, I think Saturday or Sunday, that Trump's the greatest president of all time based on what he achieved there.
Well, let's play 37 here because this is Senator Lindsey Graham talking about, you just wait for Cuba.
Yeah.
Roll this.
Can I say something? So when he first got elected in January,
here we go.
We met, biggest comeback ever. We talked about
pull your pants up.
It was a comeback, actually.
So
because the first one was
the bottom line is
don't call it a comeback.
About a drug caliphate in our backyard. We had Venezuela, we have Cuba, we have Colombia in our backyard, and these three countries have been condemned ever since I've been in politics. Joe Biden put a $25 billion bounty on Maduro's head. Chris Smith, the day he got inaugurated, said, I hope Trump will hold Maduro's feet to the fire. You did. So what has he done? He's going to clear our backyard of a drug caliphate, countries run by narco-terrorist dictators who murder, rape, send drugs into our country to kill thousands of our citizens. To my Democratic friends, you should be celebrating this. When bin Laden went down, I was the first to applaud President Obama. This was one of the most sophisticated military operations in the history of the country. What they were able to do was amazing. They knew we were coming. We had a good part of the Navy, and they were able to capture this man alive. No military in the world could have done it. And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered. We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26, in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day. And everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
Yeah. Now go have another bourbon.
Oh, he's nauseating. Shut up.
I know.
He is.
But you know
He
what,
is
though?
nauseating.
It's the fact that they were able to pull this off without a single leak is super impressive.
Yeah.
And
It
no American blood spilled.
None.
I mean,
Right.
it was amazing.
And also, let's give him credit for bringing Maduro back alive, because Trump and this administration and the Secretary of War, Department of War, they knew precisely where they were going. They could have killed this guy like that.
Yeah.
In
Right.
his
but
bed.
they can get stuff
asleep.
out of him now.
Yes.
I mean, he's got stories to tell.
I mean, think about when we did this to Noriega in '89, and 27,000 troops were deployed to that region to take out Noriega, and we did, but this was a Delta force that went in at 4 a.m. and took him and his wife out of their fortified bunker.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's amazing.
Just wait until he does Mamdani in New York.
Yeah. Some people were saying it's too bad they didn't exchange them.
Yeah, exactly. We have
That would have been great.
We have a ton more. But Nick, can you talk to us about
Bucks County Estate Traders? Yes, indeed. If you're looking to make a smart investment in your home, well, then get to the amazing Bucks County Estate Traders. This place is unbelievable. Not your typical furniture store, by the way. Their showroom in Hatfield is massive, and every piece is high quality, hand-selected, and it's built to last. It's not corporate junk. They make the whole experience easy. If you want guidance, their interior designers will point you in the right direction. If you'd rather browse on your own, well, bring your phone in, because every piece has a QR code, photos, details, pricing, simple and transparent. Just snap that picture on the QR code and you won't have to deal with a salesperson. You'll find high-end furniture, antiques, art, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces that you're not going to see in the chain stores. And right now, take advantage of their New Year, New Home sale and save 20 to 50% on furniture, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces with real character. Skip the big box stores in 2026. Shop exclusively at family-owned Bucks County Estate Traders. And if you don't have time to swing on out in Hatfield, check out their website. Beautiful website, easy to navigate. BucksCountyEstateTraders.com. Sale runs through January 9th. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X for just $369 a month for 36 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Philly Sports Put to Music at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Oh! Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands or feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
8:35, Kayal and Company, Harry Mays on a Monday as we continue with what is on the cut sheet on the first show of 2026. Harry Mays, he may be dry from an alcohol standpoint, but the commentary has been absolute fire.
Yeah. Moist.
By the way, Harry, I need your help here because I'm looking at the thumbs up count, the like button.
Oh boy.
And I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
All right. Well, I already liked it a long time
Well, I
ago. Let's
appreciate
see
that.
where we're at.
201 likes. So like
That's pathetic.
Pathetic. Absolutely
That's
pathetic.
absolutely pathetic.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit that thumbs up button and please hit that subscribe button if you have not done so. First of all, I don't know what we pimp it every day. I'm not sure why you're not watching. You're not
We're gonna send Lindsey Graham to your house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can smooch on your ass for a little while.
Yes.
Ugh. Ugh. Gross.
Hairy balls.
Gross human he is. No self-respect.
Is he not the kind of senator that gets depicted in the movies as being like a total weasel?
Oh, he just no backbone, no self-respect on everything.
Career politician.
Ugh, God.
He's the epitome of why 6 years for senators is way too many.
Exactly.
A Venezuelan immigrant describes living in Venezuela under the Nicolas Maduro regime and socialism. So for all the people out there who are just like, well, was he really that bad of a guy? Yeah, he was. This video is courtesy of News Nation. This is 17. Roll this.
Daniel DiMartino, he's a Venezuelan immigrant and Manhattan Institute fellow. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. You said you have extended family in Venezuela, and one of your friends actually experienced an explosion close to her windows.
The U.S. attacked many military bases, and the blows were so hard that some windows in the residential adjacent areas broke because of the strength of the explosion. But I can tell you that people are very happy about it, because Venezuelans are tired of 26 years of a regime that forced nearly 1/3 of us to leave our country.
Yes.
I mean, this is why I have no immediate relatives in Venezuela, because we all ended up leaving in the last 10 years. And many people want to go back. Many people want to visit back. You know how many friends and family I have, their loved ones, that if I were to step foot in the Venezuelan International Airport, I would be arrested because of the regime's persecution. And we want our country back, and so we're very happy about what President Trump did.
Yeah, and look, if you go back to your neighborhood, you're not going to recognize it, are you? Explain what this would feel like for an American who, we've never had to deal with anything like that. We're counting our blessings that we're born in the zip codes that we have been. What's this all been like for you?
Well, imagine that you have the life that you currently have. Imagine that you have a car. Imagine that you go to a regular school. Imagine that you shop at your Walmart, and then suddenly there's something that disappears from the grocery store, then you have to line up for essential items, then inflation rises to not 10% a year, but 10% a day, and then 1,000,000% a year. And so you become extremely poor. Like my family, we went from making a few $1,000s a month in the early 2000s to making $100 a month in 2016. I had to put my fingerprint in a scanning machine so that the government could tell me what I was allowed to purchase. That is what socialism is in Venezuela. And so, of course, the Venezuelan people oppose Maduro. And of course, we're very happy about his overthrow.
Wow.
In a quarter century, they lost 1/3 of their population. It's amazing
So
how
are they going to all go back now?
Where did they go?
No, I don't think they'll go back. Because America's...
Why not?
Because America's better.
Why wouldn't you?
America's better. Think about this.
You're assuming they're all here? They're all here?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, of the third of the population, who knows where they went? But, Greg, you mentioned Doral?
Yes.
In South Florida earlier in the show. But again, I go back to first of all, socialism has never worked anywhere. And that's not a partisan take. That's a historical fact. And then secondly, if socialism is so great and so many people, quote, want it in America, whether it's Mamdani in New York or any other socialist Democrat mayor, why is it that people flee socialist nations for a capitalistic nation like I've never heard of anybody fleeing the United States and fleeing capitalism for socialism. So again, why people vote for it, I don't know, because they're dumb. They think they're going to get something new. Let's give it a shot. Let's roll the dice. Let's try something different. They're going to sadly regret it. And it's already starting in New York. You'll see. By the way, Mamdani promised free bus fare.
Yeah.
$3
How's that working out?
Speaking of Mamdani, and we'll get to Doral, Florida in 1 second, but speaking of Mamdani, he said on Saturday, this is 9, Phil, that he called President Trump and spoke with him directly to register his opposition to this act. Roll this.
My team, I called the president and spoke with him directly to register my opposition to this act and to make clear that it was an opposition based on being opposed to a pursuit of regime change, to the violation of federal and international law, and a desire to see that be consistent each and every day.
And what was his response to you in that conversation?
Yeah! Woo! I registered my opposition, I made it clear, and we left it at that.
You have no say in this, Short Pants, okay? And it's not a violation of law. We established that earlier this morning.
Short Pants. By the way, it's kind of shocking to me that Trump took his call.
No, see, I'm not shocked by that.
No, I'm not shocked by that.
No,
either.
I think Trump will talk to anybody. I think Trump likes to talk.
A mayor of New York?
Yeah, it's his city.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's his
All right.
hometown.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember, they had the little gathering at the Oval Office. Remember how when Mamdani was there like a kid on a field trip?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, look, Trump's always open for doing business. So I think if Mamdani wants to pick up the phone and call Trump, I think, unless Trump's dealing with something like Russia, Ukraine in the heart of something, on official White House business, I think Trump will talk to Mamdani. I wish more Democrats would pick up the phone and call Trump, to be honest.
I agree.
Speaking of the Venezuelan people, they flooded the streets of Doral, Florida on Saturday, celebrating the U.S. military action in Venezuela that led to the Nicolas Maduro arrest. This is 10, Phil.
I came in this country when I was 10 years old, and ever since I was born, every single person in power of the country has abused us and abused of their power. We have been living in a dictatorship for about 20 years. So I can tell you, this feels like a breath of fresh air.
It scares me.
Did you feel this was the only way to get him out? 100%. 100%, yes. He will not leave. He's not the real president of Venezuela. No, it's not an act of war. It's an act of freedom.
Yeah, I mean, he in theory, well, not in theory, in reality, he lost that election in July. Was it July of 24 or July of 25? I forget. But, I mean, he had been staying in power long past his due. He did not win. And, by the way, I'm willing to throw out a trade. I'd like to trade, and I don't know if Venezuela will fall for this, but I'm willing to part with 100 white liberal Democrat women for 10 Venezuelan women. A 10-to-1 flip.
Well, they sing better than those old white liberal women too,
and they're more attractive.
By the way, you know who's very against regime change? Tulsi Gabbard.
Okay.
In 2020, she actually spoke out about this, and I know everybody loves to share the clips of what what's his name said, Chuck Schumer said, and what this person said. Buttigieg said. But let's go to DNI director Gabbard, what she said in 2020 about this. This is 28.
Okay.
Here now exclusively, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii, a combat veteran and 2020 Democratic presidential candidate. What's your reaction to that? You heard Kellyanne Conway, counselor to the president there.
What we are hearing is an increased saber-rattling intention saying the United States needs to send in the U.S. military now to wage yet another wasteful, counterproductive regime change war. And once again, it's being done under the guise of humanitarianism. When we look throughout history, every time the United States goes into another country and topples a dictator or topples a government, the outcome has been disastrous for the people in these countries. That's why we should use our leadership in the world to try to broker a diplomatic solution, working with countries like Russia that have great influence over Venezuela, so that there is a peaceful outcome. Because I can tell you as a soldier, Martha, I've seen firsthand the high cost of war, and pushing for this civil war, pushing for the use of military force will only end up with more suffering and death and disaster for the Venezuelan people. What to speak of increasing these tensions that threaten our own national security. Anytime we're in this situation where you have tensions being ratcheted up and this conflict being pushed closer and closer between nuclear armed countries like the United States and countries like Russia and China, this is something that poses an existential threat to the American people.
I wonder what Tulsi Gabbard says now.
That is no longer a valid clip. Number one, that
was 2020, right?
There was no war. Yeah. Number two, there was no stolen election in 2020. Maduro did not, quote, lose until July. So if somebody can check that. I want to say it was July.
He's been in power since 2013, I think.
Right. But he legitimately lost. I don't know if the election was July of 25.
I think it was 24.
Okay, then it was a year and a half ago. And then as far as the humanity under a war under the guise of humanity, if you fall for what an administration portrays it to be, that's a you problem. I don't expect any administration to ever tell us the full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. To me, this is, and you could talk about election integrity, dictatorships, stolen oil, resources, drugs, whether it's fentanyl, whether it's cocaine. To me, it's about the resources and flexing as America. And again, I tried to find something that I didn't like about it. But when you don't break a law, you have no leaks, you're in and out, in 9 minutes, and you brought them out alive, and there's no casualties with civilians, I don't know how you can fault anything that they did. It was flawed. And I'll say this. If Biden would have had the temerity to do it 2 years ago,
I'd have given him props.
Under the
now
same,
you neither of you
under
would.
the
You're
same
lying. Give me a break.
Please.
Under the same pretext.
Give me a break.
If he would have went in and there was no casualties and it happened like that, and it was going to help us economically come down from 9% inflation.
It's getting deep in here.
I'd have been like, all right, good job.
Okay, sure.
I would have said it.
Sure, you would have.
100%. I always say the truth.
Okay.
The whole truth.
Nothing but the truth.
By the way, Tulsi doesn't make 2026 as far as being in this administration.
By the way, where'd the gray birthmark and the hair go in that clip?
I don't know. Chuck Schumer is the other dummy who in 2020, this is 29. Now all of a sudden everybody's ears perked up when I played a Tulsi Gabbard clip. It was like, I don't want to say for not bringing an end to the Maduro regime. This is 2020 Chuck Schumer. Go.
About all these things he wants to do or is doing, but his actions belie his words. Maybe the best metaphor was his claim to bring democracy to Venezuela. There was a big policy there. It flopped. If the policy was working, Juan Guaido wouldn't be in the balcony here. He'd be in Venezuela. He'd be sitting in the president's palace, or at least waging a fight to win. He's here. And the president brags about his Venezuela policy? Give us a break. He hasn't brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began.
So, Chuck, are you going to give Trump credit now for going in on January 3rd, 2026 and removing him? Probably not. Just like you still haven't figured out how to grill a cheeseburger that's frozen on your grill.
No, he was on this. He was on one of the Sunday shows, just talking about how awful this is.
Mm. It's awful because they never followed through and did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Was he on with?
Yeah, and then the senators are all.
I don't remember.
Senators are all ticked off because they weren't consulted and gave approval for it.
They're getting the briefing this morning.
Good.
Yeah, good.
After the fact.
Exactly. Ask for forgiveness later.
Because I'm going to really brief Chris Murphy, or Van Hollen, or any of these people. Yeah. Next thing you know, Politico will have breaking news.
The new media darling Marjorie Taylor Greene was also on the.
God.
Boy, is she.
She's auditioning for MSNBC.
Hang on, guys. We love John Fetterman, and the Fox News, Newsmax, Talk Radio. They all bring out John Fetterman whenever they want to, right? So let's not let's not throw stones at mainstream media for the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing.
I gave
She'll
Marjorie,
be working for him soon.
Yes, she will.
Well, John Fetterman could have a talk show on Newsmax soon.
Yeah.
How funny would that
That would be entertaining.
It would be great.
God.
You'd watch it too, Stocker.
Yeah, on the cut sheet.
18 here. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene on Meet the Press.
I am not defending Maduro. And of course, I'm happy for the people of Venezuela to be liberated. But Americans celebrated the liberation of the Iraqi people after Saddam Hussein. They celebrated the liberation of the Libyan people after Gaddafi. And this is the same Washington playbook that we are so sick and tired of, that doesn't serve the American people, but actually serves the big corporations, the banks, and the oil executives. And so my pushback here is on the Trump administration that campaigned on Make America Great Again, that we thought was putting America first. I want to see domestic policy be the priority that helps Americans afford life after 4 disastrous years of the Biden administration. I want to see domestic policies that prioritizes jobs and affordable housing for Americans after 4 disastrous years of the Biden administration. And I want to see domestic priorities that put Americans first in regards of health care. Health insurance costs too much, car insurance, home insurance. And these are issues that matter to Americans. We don't consider Venezuela our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is right here in the 50 United States, not in the Southern Hemisphere.
She's not wrong, guys.
So no, she's totally wrong. So you want to do America first? You want to do things that are policies that help Americans? How about sealing off the border in 8 minutes, Marjorie? Is that not a domestic policy for you? How about lowering prescription drug prices? I know you don't need those cheaper drugs because you're married to a TV executive on your 4th husband because you've cheated on all of them in the past. You unbelievable, ungrateful, you know what? And this is about. This is about. First of all, if she wants to do the whole, and by the way, if she wants to do the Epstein thing, if she wants to do because this occurred when we were on vacation, and I so wanted to just come back in for one morning for one big take to excoriate her. Well, Mr. President Trump and the Epstein files, and that last batch that was released right before Christmas, I think it might have been on the Saturday the 20th. Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, well, I could release the names. I don't know the names, but I could talk to the victims and release them. So then, okay, Marge, if you're not happy with the speed and the process of the Epstein files, since you're all for everything against Trump now, how about you speak to those victims and how about you release them? Since you said you could get them and you don't like the way they're doing it, and I don't like the way they're doing it either, but I'm not the one saying I can go out and get the names. So how about you provide the names, Marjorie Taylor Greene? Mrs. Big Shot. And Mrs. Marjorie Taylor Greene has only ever cared about one person. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, that's the truth.
Except for the one time where I defended her on this. She stood up for her constituents in Rome, Georgia, because a lot of them are poor white rednecks that depend on SNAP benefits. And I said, you know what? Good for you. Break from Trump on that. Stand up for the people that put you in office. But this nonsense in the mainstream media tour, you know what she's butthurt over? She was told, reportedly, about Trump's phone call. Trump told her she should not run for the Senate. She would get smoked. And since that day, she has packed up her ball. She has went home. Why? Because I think, I think today her lifetime benefits kick in. Is it, or her lifetime salary? What
pension or something?
Or her pension?
Yeah, but it's not enough. I mean, it's not enough for her to live on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, maybe she'll be like Phillip Rivers. She'll come back, play a few games, and get a 5-year extension.
Her hair dye is expensive.
I'm so sick of her.
All right, well then one more. 19. You ask, and I shall.
By the way, as she's vacationing, where was she? In Aruba, Cuba? Where was she?
Aruba, Cuba.
Posting selfies in her turquoise bikini.
Yeah.
Boy, you remember that well.
I was going to say,
you have those pictures, Nick?
It's not a bad look.
She's very
send one over to me.
You spend way too much time online, by the way.
My job.
You know what I didn't do?
I need to be informed about this.
Yeah. All right, roll this.
I need to know everything.
That's what Americans are absolutely sick and tired of. That was part of what they voted for in 2024. They voted to tear down the system that protects the rich, powerful elites. They voted to tear down the system that consistently goes for foreign wars and regime change. They voted to tear down the system that does nothing for regular, hardworking Americans and only consistently props up the big banks, the military-industrial complex, and the oil executives and major industries. And, you want to know something? After this regime change in Venezuela, I fear that we're going to see jobs just move south because we're already hearing about big corporations lining up their trips to Venezuela for the next big business opportunity that exists, while Americans sit here with no options that are going to provide them with good paying jobs and affordable health care.
Congresswoman.
Boy, she's been blue-pilled. She's got all the... I mean, if you were to go back, I actually should see if that website still exists. The Trump campaign website with the 20 core bullet points. And we should go through them one day and just ask the question, has Trump achieved that? Is it still in the process? Was an executive order at least signed? How many things did he say he was going to try to achieve where the ball has already started rolling? And I love the other thing, too. Now, all of a sudden, Marjorie Taylor Greene expects Trump to just fix the errors of 4 years in 9 months. It doesn't happen that way. So I would say to any independent out there or open-minded voter, if you think this is going to happen overnight, you're sadly mistaken. And if you think it's going to happen by the 2026 midterms, you're sadly mistaken. So if you bought into what you envision, what the MAGA movement is about, it's not going to happen in 1 year for Trump or a year and a half before the midterms. And forget the whole draining the swamp stuff. That's all nonsense. But a lot of the stuff that he wants to put in place and pull off takes probably 2.5, 3 years. And maybe that sets up perfect timing for J.D. Vance in 2028. But when we do talk about like the DEI stuff, the gutting of the federal agencies, the defunding of certain things, you don't think that stuff's going to come right back the moment Trump or somebody that's America First is out of office? You're sadly... So if you really want to get to the finish line, it probably takes 4, 8, 12 years. It doesn't happen just like that. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene has become nothing more than a grifter. She's no different than Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson at this point, or any of these. And that's the other thing I hate hearing is, oh, the MAGA base did not vote for this regime change in war, and the MAGA base. What? Because 9 social media influencers have had to pivot to content to keep their engagement farming clickbait alive? Trump's approval rating with Republicans is like 87%. So I don't know what base they're talking about, but he's got 8.5 out of 10 voters still on board with what he's trying to accomplish.
By the way, coming up at 9:10, the first Fight Club of 2026, we're going to do a twofer.
Because of the...
And they're both local.
Okay.
And they're both local.
Oh, wow.
A twofer, and they're both local.
Yep.
To start 2026, we
You're
have
getting a buy one, get one.
We have a twofer for...
BOGO. I love BOGO.
BOGO. For Fight Club. By the way, it will come at 9:10 this morning. Make sure you hop on over to YouTube, hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button, get over there now because we will get there in 10 minutes, Nick Kayal.
Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour with Harry Mays with us next.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive. The Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura. Precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt?
Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
.903, fourth and final hour. Kayal and Company here on this Monday, the 5th of January, 2026. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. We've got Harry Mays with us for what's on the cut sheet and a buy one, get one Fight Club. We're kicking off the new year with a 2-for-1.
Twofer.
How about that?
Yeah.
And they're both local.
TikTok convinced thousands of people that the Brooklyn Bridge was having a New Year's Eve fireworks show. The only problem was that they weren't. This is the problem with social media and people believing crap. This is also how Mandami got elected, by the way.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
So these dummies showed up at the Brooklyn Bridge on New Year's Eve for a fireworks display that never happened because TikTok told them to. Roll this.
4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
No fireworks. No fireworks.
Any second now.
Any second now.
Where are they?
Did we get pranked? We got pranked.
Not a joke.
I mean, the amount of people who are misinformed here.
You see how easy it is to mislead people?
Yes,
Stocker?
I do.
Yes.
I do. It's disgraceful.
Yeah. Use it to your advantage.
You know what? Maybe
don't discredit it. Use it.
Maybe we should have just let China take TikTok and ByteDance, and maybe Trump shouldn't have saved TikTok.
Yeah.
Trump should have let. We captured Maduro. Let's see if we can spin off TikTok to some gullible country.
I wish I knew how to use it.
I don't need to know.
Somebody asked me over the break. They're like, "Oh, I want to show you something. Do you have TikTok?" I'm like, "No."
Look,
I have it. I just don't know how to make it work for me.
Do we have a station TikTok?
Funny story is that Dan Borowski, who's like our social media head now, he's the social media manager for our radio station. He goes, "I'm going to post this to our TikTok." I'm like, "Do we have a TikTok?" He goes, "Yeah, apparently we do." So
look, I'm not going to use it ever personally, but I think it'd be very advantageous for us to have our clips put out there.
So if you're on TikTok,
no, I take that back.
Search
now
us
he's
out.
going to start begging for TikTok followers.
Search us out.
Give us a thumbs up.
Yeah, or something. I don't know.
God.
By the way,
I saw
on second
somebody
thought.
I saw somebody in the chat a while back saying they're volunteering to do a jingle for you for thumbs up. Did you see that?
That's our buddy Newman Price. Newman Price.
Yes, that guy.
Yeah. He'll we're going to be hearing more from him in 2026.
Okay.
Let me just tease it that way. We'll be hearing more from Newman. Old Noom. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. By the way,
so we've had a new wrinkle today. Phil Almquist doing sports.
Yep.
In Dawn's 6 a.m. news.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, maybe we should send you the MP3 of Phil doing it, and you could critique it and grade his update.
He did a great job.
I'd love to do that.
Because you were the first voice doing a sports update on the other sports station 21 years ago.
Correct.
Dawn, what are you doing?
Okay. Look, this is since 3:45 this morning. So
What is
I
happening?
got contact lenses.
Oh my God.
And so this
You lost
morning
them.
I couldn't put the contact in. I couldn't get them in. So I wore my glasses. And then so I thought, during the commercial break, I put them in, or I thought I did. Then one popped out. And then I ripped it. And then Dan Borowski was in here with a flashlight trying to help me. It's like a whole thing.
Wow.
So I have one in.
Do you like them? Do you like contacts? Because I've tried them multiple times, and I can't get used to them. So
Yeah.
I just default to glasses.
I'm not good at putting things in my eyes.
I know. So that's,
Drops,
but
anything.
I hate what? What do you?
Well, women are better inserting things than men are.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. But Dawn, did I hear you earlier say that you went to journalism school in Minneapolis?
Yeah.
You're a gopher?
I'm a golden gopher. Don't you know?
Wow.
Yeah.
So's Todd
That's my
Zalecki. Remember him?
Oh yeah,
Phillies reporter.
from
Yeah,
the
Phillies guy.
from the Inquirer.
MLB.com and the Phillies.com. Yeah.
Inquirer too as well.
Freezing cold.
Oh, brutal.
Was there a ton of Somalians back in the day there?
No.
No, I think this
Not
was
at all.
pre-Somalia.
This is before Minneapolis was conquered?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
this
the
is
way,
pre-invasion.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. We will have Are you okay now? Can we can you
Yes,
focus
I
on the
can
show
focus.
now? Okay,
I'm
thank you.
I
All right.
was
No,
focused.
I know you were, but you were bending down. There are things happening. We had to take you off screen because you were
Sorry.
moving around.
I know. It's making me crazy though. So I lost at least two contacts.
We have Dawn. We have a
See it on me on YouTube.
We
Tell
have
me.
two local fight clubs coming up in 2 minutes. So make sure you head on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. We talked about Marco Rubio and JD Vance, and a reporter asked yesterday, or I think this happened last night, does Marco Rubio have your ear more than Vice President JD Vance does right now? This is 32. It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question. 32.
Operation was playing out, but would you say that Marco Rubio has your ear more than the vice president right now?
No, they both do. No, JD's very smart, doing a great job, and so is Mark. No, both.
It sounds like
I
he's
would say
been
equal.
the go-to, and you were just talking about.
So
that's a gotcha question.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Yeah,
Total
but
divisive.
I think
Like
motives
favorite
there.
child. Who's your favorite child question?
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Which can depend on the day if you have two kids. Right. Like yesterday, Olivia was in the A slot, but she could fall down to the second. She could go to the bench at any moment. I could insert Mia as the starter. It's on a play-by-play basis.
Every Tuesday night, Nick does a ranking show.
I
for
do.
his
I
daughters.
reveal my family power
Yeah.
rankings every Tuesday
with
at 8.
ESPN. Yeah.
Well, around here, Dawn Stenson is my favorite.
my
Favorite child.
Wow.
You're my favorite parent.
But here's where I think that question emanates from is Rubio has been involved in a lot of things because that's his lane as the Secretary
Foreign
of State.
policy, yeah.
Right, foreign policy.
Yeah.
Russia, Ukraine,
A lot going
China,
on.
the Middle East, now Venezuela. You know, J.D. Vance was just out in Pennsylvania talking about economic stuff, but a lot of the stuff that falls into the lane of Marco Rubio has been front and center in year one. And he's come up aces, like we said earlier. It's not a slight against J.D. Vance. I mean, J.D. Vance is still far more, I think, electable than Rubio because on the campaign trail, now nobody's going to be Trump. We know that. But J.D. Vance will galvanize and energize you more than Marco Rubio. Although I still think Rubio would make a great VP. Or if Vance is able to win in 3 years, 2 years, whatever the hell the math is now, Rubio's so good at this role, maybe he stays in that role. Maybe he's not on the ticket as the VP.
Is he no longer Little Marco now? He's been elevated.
Oh, he's major. He's major Marco.
Yeah,
yeah. He's.
I think I saw Farish do. He's like Big Marco now.
Yeah.
Something.
Well, he did the Trump impersonation after the Venezuela activity.
Yeah,
he said
brilliant.
He said Maduro was in his pajamas. What was the
or a bikini? All the social media put him in
his Hello Kitty.
Hello Kitty pajamas.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it's terrific.
Ted Cruz retweeted it.
Really?
Awesome.
All right, guys, it is that time. 9:10. We're gonna do everything on time in 2026.
We're back. And guess what else is back? Kayal and Company Fight Club. If you loved 2025, you're really going to love 2026, where we know people coming back to work after that long vacation, families getting their credit card statements and screaming, "We spent how much?" and everyone using those gift cards that don't work equal fights, and fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club!
Wow.
By the way,
that's great work.
Great job, Jimmy Keller.
Man.
Thank you very much. Everybody just firing on all cylinders except Dawn, who lost her.
Well, my St. Kristen has come to the defense of St. Dawn, St. Stensland, actually. She says, leave Dawn alone. That's the worst, wearing one contact and when you have the other one drop out.
Thank you, Kristen.
Kristen, stop listening to the show.
Shouldn't she be working?
Shouldn't you be working? Shouldn't you be getting people out of their timeshares?
Get me out of a timeshare.
Yeah. I'm going to call
If I
Chuck
look
McDowell
like a lawyer,
on you.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
If I look like a wife, that's because I am one. And if I sound like a wife, that's because I am one.
Oh, my God. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, only 275 likes and 600 people watching. So I need.
That's weak.
That's way weak. I need like 125 more people to hit that thumbs up button so we can get to 400. Okay, 125 of you hit the thumbs up button. All right, because we give you quality entertainment, and unlike Pete Buttigieg, who's like, "Ooh, 3-hour podcast 3 times a week. How do we do that?" Yeah, hold our beer, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so this is the first. This is a twofer. We have an Eagles tailgating fight club.
Oh,
this happened at the Link
yesterday.
The Philadelphia Eagles were defeated by the Washington Redskins,
Commanders,
and 2 people were not happy. So they decided to brawl. This looks a little staged to me. What do you guys think?
It's low energy, but the fact that it happened at a big local event, it's worthy of playing.
Roll this. All right, so a big crowd is gathering. And there we go.
Barkley against Barkley.
2 guys. Oh, wow. Oh, swinging. Oh.
Wow, he missed with that haymaker.
Guy is he's just swinging his hands like a I can't say the word, but he has something strength.
Well, you have a fatso wearing a black Saquon Barkley jersey and a guy wearing a midnight green Saquon Barkley jersey with Kelly green scattered throughout the parking lot.
Yeah.
So you think that was staged?
I don't.
It was organized.
I guess not, but
it was definitely it was real. But I think they because everybody's got their phone out.
I guess the way, Harry, they kind of
squared
off, and this guy with the just flailing his arms around like he's never been in a fight before.
I mean, there had to have been in that clip. Keep rolling it, Phil, with no audio. Just roll the video again. I'm going to see. There has to be 20 punches between the 2 of them. I'm not sure that one landed.
Yeah.
I mean, CompuBox would have.
There was one. I saw one land.
Yeah.
One? Oh, yeah, right there.
Right there. The left.
The kid in the hoodie took one to the schnoz.
Road Warrior on the YouTube chat says that's just typical Eagles fan behavior. I agree, Road Warrior.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking of
they're a bunch of animals.
Twitter activity on social media during the holidays. I mean, I couldn't go 1 second without seeing Road Warrior in my mentions or conducting. I mean, Road Warrior did like a 13-day show on X.
I love it.
Non-stop.
I love it.
Oh, my God.
Let's compare his tweets to your unsolicited texts to my phone.
Oh, Harry, I love. Thank you, Harry. I love this.
Road Dub is
My God.
is the bike shop a seasonal thing? Asking for a friend.
By the way, like Harry, I said over a month ago.
He said he was going to go
yes,
dark.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
A month ago, he said
I heard it.
He tweeted nonstop over.
I will say this admission.
Who cares?
I said to Kristen on like the 23rd. I said, when you're not at work, I was talking about me.
Yeah.
There's just too much. There's too many hours in the day. I was bored out of my mind by 1 o'clock.
Of course you were.
You know who wasn't bored? Me. I wasn't
right,
bored.
Me either. He's texting me, making a liquor store run.
I had to get out of the house.
Should I have had you pick something up for me?
Well, that was kind of an invite to say, hey, if you're bored, you want to meet me. Well, you know,
I'm not that bored.
I mean, I had went to the gym. I had breakfast. I had coffee. You know, I had my bets in. It's 1 o'clock. I'm like, I don't need a nap. I've only been up for 4
I don't care
hours.
about the bets.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, what am I going to do until 10 o'clock?
Tony, Tony, I'm sorry. Harry, you know,
read a book.
I say this, like, I sent out an email to my staff over the holidays because, you know, we had a great 2025. December was a great month for Kayal and Company. By the way, guys, another good month. Within 5 minutes, he's spiking the football on Twitter. Within 5 minutes,
I
Harry.
saw it.
It's disgraceful.
I took snapshots of it. I still have it.
Hey,
just stop. Just,
because
no need to do that.
If I don't do it,
this is why we win.
That's right. This is why we win. Because God knows Odyssey's not going to put out a mass email saying about
Why
the
would
success.
they?
Oh, but
Why would they?
Why
would
they?
What do you want, a
billboard?
This is me. This is me talking to my crew saying how good of a job we did.
Every time
Keep it in-house.
Every time B101 farts, there's a press release. You would think 1210 doesn't exist.
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is true. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to give you guys a little love, and I CC.
And a lot of love to Dawn Stenslin for crushing it with the new adaptation of The Big Three at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Nice work. Stenslin, I know you won't spike the ball, but
she's not listening to a word yet.
She's working on her contact.
Looking for a contact lens.
It might sit in my
Stocker, remember that time in December I was on and we couldn't get the link to work, right?
Yes,
And I never got on.
Yeah.
That was the day that Nick said he was going to go dark during vacation.
Thank you.
And you said there's no way you can do it.
Thank you very much.
And you're right.
Thank you, Harry. I was right.
I need to be incentivized.
It was incentivized. How about just unplugging? How about just unplugging?
I can't.
Every game he tweeted,
the phone
every
down.
game. Oh my God! Just enjoy life. Enjoy life.
I
my
did.
friend.
I enjoyed my vacation tremendously. I got bored most
You
days.
just said you were bored by 1 o'clock.
You're bored out of your mind. That sounds like a great
It's
time.
because you constantly need to be stimulated with that dumb phone.
Yeah.
I do like stimulation.
Yeah.
All right. I said this was a twofer, and I want to get to the second.
I thought we just had was Fight Club.
No, that was Fight Club. This is the second Fight Club. This has happened at a Delco Wawa. Okay. A Delco Wawa.
By the way,
Fight Club.
Tim Walz just officially ended his re-election bid. Breaking news.
Oh, nice. Breaking news.
Ended it?
I love it.
Boom.
I love it. Yeah.
Okay, because I thought we were speculating that he was going to announce it today.
Well, CNN is reporting it that he is ending it.
Oh.
Wow.
But I was told he was the definition of new masculinity.
This has nothing to do, guys. This has nothing to do with the fraud scandal in Minnesota.
No.
Nothing to
He
see
wants
here.
to spend more time with his family.
Oh God, is that what they said? Oh, that is a lie.
He's going to open up a daycare. You kidding me?
With nobody occupying it.
Right.
All right, let's. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Dawn, and we'll get more of that into the Big 10 or the Big 3 at 10. All right, let's roll 31 here.
What did I say? What did I say? I didn't say anything.
This is a guy. Oh, it's a guy and a girl.
Come on.
She hit him.
Can't hurt me. Come on.
She hit.
Come on.
She's. He's fighting too.
Wow.
Chill.
He knocked.
Oh, man, she dropped her.
Oh, he dropped a female.
Straight right to the chin.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I don't like that.
That was a straight right.
Yo, listen.
All right.
Run it back. No audio.
Now that's
Is that guy arrested?
Is that guy wearing
God.
a Kelly Green Eagles?
It looks like
quarter
Yeah,
zip.
yeah.
Oh my God.
He should be arrested.
Yeah. What a
Yeah.
chump. Well, yeah, she goes.
I mean, let's get this to the authorities.
All right, so he takes the dude out. Now she steps in.
Right. Wait, here it comes.
Yep. She's already hit it.
All right,
Oh,
let me
there
ask,
it is. The straight right to the jaw.
Let me ask
Boom.
the only female on the show.
No.
She went at him first, Enslin.
No.
Thoughts?
Come on, it doesn't. He's much more powerful.
Oh, there we go.
He's
Okay.
stronger.
Okay, I didn't know where you were going to go. That's the only reason I said.
I mean, she wasn't smart to do that. But like, if you're gonna, start it, you better run.
Yeah.
You better hit him and
You
run.
better finish it.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, just run.
So, all right, let's get a little nuanced here. If he would have just given like kind of the shove, like get back, I'm not going to hit you, back up, woman.
Yeah.
Is
Right.
that okay?
Yeah. Then it's
Yes.
self-defense. If he's pushing
Yes,
her
okay.
away, then it's self-defense. But he went.
He's trying to de-escalate it when you do that.
Right.
Yeah.
91 LSXer says he's a Go Birds guy. Yeah, exactly.
No doubt.
he's one of those Go Birds.
Walking away in cuffs where they put their head back into the car. Go Birds.
He's got his Wawa coffee and
Yeah.
his Sizzly.
A twofer.
Yeah.
A twofer to start
Oh,
the.
that was amazing.
Yeah.
Pack of cigarettes.
Oh man. I had to go local because I like the Link. I like the Link Fight Club, but it was a little, to Harry's point, there was a lot of haymakers being thrown. None of them were landing.
Yeah.
So this one I thought was a little more egregious, which is why I wanted to go for the twofer here on this. What are we at? Monday. We're
Kelly
only at
Green
Monday.
brings out the violence, does it not?
100%. By the way, let me see.
They wore him yesterday too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all. I loved it.
By the
Loved
way,
uniforms.
we're at 650 people watching, and I want to make sure that the
300 and some likes.
338 likes. No, I need 60 people right now. 60 of you hit that thumbs up button because I need to get to 400. What are you doing? Come on, you watch it and don't like it. Like it. You know what it is? It's the same people that when they're done with their grocery carts, they just leave them right there.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't take them out to the little collection area.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's those people that watch and
Yep.
don't hit the thumbs up button.
Yep.
Dawn Stenslin.
Yes.
Are you taking us away to Portugal and Spain?
Yes. This spring. Are you ready? We're booking up fast.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
We are. So if you want to go,
have you found your?
No, I never found the
Your lens.
Hey, by the way, no term limits for governor in Minnesota. Walz was seeking a third term, by the way.
Yeah.
Just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and this
Wow,
was
that's a dictator.
and in all seriousness,
It does. Timmy Maduro.
but in all seriousness, he that's the breaking news of just like within the past 3 to 9 minutes.
Yeah.
He did Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota,
Amazing.
a Democrat. He is announcing that in fact he won't seek re-election to a third term.
Can you imagine Kamala Harris's political instincts told her that
Yeah.
that was the best guy? Can you imagine? Like, just let that simmer in your brain for a little. Like that was her political instincts. Were that guy was the guy to take her to victory, to help her get to victory.
Boy, that Pennsylvania Passover looks more egregious by the day, does it not,
I
Dawn?
know.
It does.
So true. All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about stunningly beautiful Portugal. Come away with me 10 days next spring. And by the way, conservativetours.com, they've outdone themselves. Ken Chase designing this just for you, our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe. Private Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes. That includes your airfare from Philadelphia, 5738. Call now, 888-733-9494, or you could just go to conservativetours.com. This is going very quickly, especially because now we're into January. We're talking about this spring. And Portugal is not just the playground of the world's jet set. It is the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan, and we'll learn together how this sea-facing land became a world power. So we're talking about Belém Tower, Jerónimo's Monastery, El Fama, beautiful. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais. I could go on and on. Also, we will discover Portugal's answer to Tuscany. That's the Douro Valley. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way, and we're going to learn why. Join me for the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. ConservativeTours.com. Come away with me 10 days next spring, 5738. ConservativeTours.com. See you at Bellum Tower. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time. Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Bet 3665. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Mustard. 9:30. It's Kayal and Company live on a Monday, an action-packed first show of 2026. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Soccer. Harry Mays with us for a couple of more minutes as we continue the cut sheet. Coming up shortly, the first edition in 2026 of What Occurred Today in Music History. And, of course, we have Dawn's Big Three. Any morning mystery movie clip today?
No.
Okay. All right. But we have music and a Big Three coming up.
And a Mummers update.
And a Mummers update.
By the way, I had no issue. It was on WFMZ, right? And I had
and MeTV here.
Okay.
MeTV, Channel 2, and a bunch of streaming services.
So I have the WFMZ app on my smart TV because that's how I usually watch the Easton Phillipsburg game every year because it's not on locally down here on Thanksgiving.
Oh, my God.
And I that's how we watched it. And I didn't have any technical issues. Yet I was getting tweets on behalf of Dawn and Larry saying, "What's up with the WFMZ app?" I'm like, what am I, WFMZ's technical support service?
Yeah, we had to make an announcement because there were some technical problems.
I'm like, it's working fine in Bluebell.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wow.
Shout out to the last, I believe, Dawn, you'll be able to confirm this. WFMZ, last independently owned TV cable provider or TV channel in the country?
Well,
they're not a cable provider, are they?
So there are not many independently owned or family owned. Like I mentioned, the Hubbard family in Minneapolis,
in Minnesota,
Minnesota, where that was KSTP, the Hubbard family, and they also own like satellite. They invented like satellite stuff and go back to Mr. Hubbard.
It's like the Lenfest from around here.
Yes. And so it's the Hubbard School of Journalism. But so the Hubbard family, another one. And ironically, Wink TV, in where Tony Bruno gets his television, right? In Fort Myers, Naples area, Wink TV. So there are very few independently owned television stations, but they still do exist.
Thank you.
But to Nick's point, let's say if you go to CBS, like you want to pull up CBS 3 locally, you might ask yourself, well, why is it that like this national template comes up? Because they're corporate owned.
Right.
So this all happened in, when was it?
Kind of like Odyssey. Sorry.
Right. So to me personally, it's not just about independent journalists. Nick's making an important point here.
Thank you.
That there was a time when we had local newspapers, local TV stations where you thought independently. Now, because it's been corporatized or whatever you want to call it, then they're getting their message and their directions from a singular source. And if that singular source is polluted or corrupted, then it corrupts everything.
Yep.
Right.
Do you have some ratings information for us, Dawn? Is that what you're going to? Are you going to spike the football like Nick does?
No, just so you know, first of all, on television, if you do that as an anchor, it's in your contract to not do that. So that's why I've been trained.
I'm going to start putting that in your contract, Nick.
Yes.
But
please do.
Our success shall be known.
Yeah.
But the other
no
piece
presence on X.
I just think I think it's bad luck. I'm always worried.
I know you are.
I'm worried about the jinx. So there's that.
I'm actually surprised, Dawn, that he gave any credit to the contributors and you and I. I thought maybe he would.
Oh, here we go.
He would take all the credit himself.
Oh,
you know, Dawn.
This one down.
You know, Dawn. Like I thought maybe he would.
Yep.
Say,
if he'd go to music, he'd crush that too.
There's an old saying: you live by the numbers, you die by the numbers.
Yeah,
so you have to be
careful. That's right.
When you take all the credit, and then if we crash, we'll go, well.
Kind of hard to suck in music when you talk 8 minutes an hour.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. So who's going to run the country of Venezuela? Not ran, Nick. Run the country of Venezuela. This is cut 13. This is from Saturday. And then he followed up on it last night on Air Force One. So let's start with 13 here, President Trump.
We are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela. And that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, And what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
You know, maybe I should know this answer, but I've been curious. So the person that Maduro cheated and robbed of the election, does that person now essentially become?
No.
Okay.
They should, though, right?
Right. You would think.
But
or do they do another?
Let her run. I think that's the issue.
Do they do a redo? Do they do a do-over?
I don't think there was, to Dawn's point, I don't think there was actually an election, right? Because they didn't, he wouldn't allow it to happen, right?
No, I
no, he just didn't recognize the results.
Oh, okay.
There was an election.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's somebody that's temporarily, and Dawn, you cited it earlier, or Greg this morning, that's kind of like the interim leader who said they wanted to, cordially and respectfully collaborate with Trump on, I don't know if it's that person or if it would be the person that Maduro shafted. I mean,
so she was the vice president, and it's Delcy Rodriguez.
That's it, correct.
And I know you're going to do this on the clip sheet, but I actually think, here's my take on a little something. Everybody's been quoting, playing the clip of Trump, where he was asked about the exiled and Nobel Peace Prize winner, right?
Yes.
Who they helped flee, and we've done that whole story. I actually believe that Trump, because they were just talking about referring to the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. I actually think when he said, no, she has no respect. Remember that whole thing?
Yes.
I think he thought he was being asked about the current vice president, Delcy Rodriguez.
Oh, okay.
You see what? Not Machado.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
It's some Edmundo guy he beat back in, or he claims that he beat back in July of 2024.
Okay. Gotcha.
Urrutia.
Yeah, because this happened while Biden was still president. I think a lot of people forget that.
Yeah.
This theft of an election occurred 4 months before our election that November.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where Jerry Garcia says, "Hey, Stocker, clean the back of your computer." Oh yeah, it is dusty. Holy man, is that dusty?
What?
Look
Doesn't
at that.
look good.
Look at that.
What are you talking about? What's
Hey,
computer?
cleaning people, get in here and clean this place, will you? My God, it's no wonder we're all sick.
Yeah, my trash can was full this morning when I came in.
Yeah.
What did they
Speaking
take
of
off
sick,
too?
I guess.
Yeah. Trump didn't sound the same in that clip.
He sounds a little congested, doesn't he?
A little phlegmy.
They were all up.
They were up all night.
Yeah, they were up all night. Yeah, I don't think
Well, he's up all night every night.
That's
He
true.
hardly ever sleeps.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That was an 11 a.m. press conference or something like that. I think I mean, the raid happened at like 4:30 in the morning, right?
Yeah. Well, some of the I think it's Raw Alerts on X was posting the videos that Friday night of it occurring with firsthand accounts of civilians on their like patios in Venezuela looking up at the sky, and they could see the helicopters coming in.
So Trump was asked on Air Force One, this is 36, Phil, on who is in charge. He says, don't ask me who's in charge because you're not going to like the answer. Roll this.
What are your thoughts on the entire situation? You said the U.S. would run Venezuela.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
We're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other people
Do you
have.
want to?
Yeah, at the right time, I will.
Yeah. I'll talk to her. Yeah. I don't really care who's in charge or who ends up in control, as long as America's bottom line profits and prospers from this, and we, the people, somehow end up with better whatever. I'm good.
And the people of Venezuela.
I don't really care about the people of Venezuela.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm America first.
Yeah.
we care. We
Well, I
can
mean, I
care.
don't want you
can
having
care.
to deal with a dictator and killing people, but you know what?
They don't show up in the ratings books.
Well, look, if they have the Odyssey app in Venezuela and they want to tune in, we will welcome them aboard.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Just stay for 15.
Boy, Harry is just he's
As long as we're clear.
he's on fire this morning.
I like this, Harry.
I love this, Harry.
Man, your wife is in for a rough
The
one
world
tonight.
can't handle this, Harry. I'll tell you that.
Well, in this format, we can.
Yeah, we can.
Are you worried that they don't like Nicholas's? Is that the issue, Nick Kayal?
It's true.
He's got no H in his name, by the way. It's Nicol.
Nicholas. Maduro.
Low energy way to spell the name.
I kind of like it, actually.
Well,
Their election was last July of last year.
Yep.
Greenland is next, or Cuba, or
Cuba.
Colombia, or what else? What else are we gonna?
Anything in the
take
Western
over,
Hemisphere.
like we're the British Empire.
Right.
35. Go.
I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you. You know what Denmark did recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true. They thought that was a great move.
What would the justification be for a claim to Greenland? What would the justification?
Oh, I don't want to talk about Greenland now. I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And the European Union needs us to have it. And they know that.
What's he talking? What is the
One more
dog
dog sled.
He should name Lindsey Graham the president of Greenland.
Yeah. he
Lindsey
should.
would take that, right? Marco Rubio is going to be the president of Venezuela. That's what everybody on X was telling me.
Is that right?
That's what I read on X.
Yeah, I did ride dogs.
I did it.
That's when we take. That's what we're going to see. See, he's going to stage this whole thing. The Iditarod dogs go to Greenland for a big competition. It's going to be a live competition. It's going to be great, and that's when we seize control.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Denmark or Greenland is going to put up any resistance anyway.
No,
they're weaker than the French.
12 here. President Trump on Saturday says that large United States oil companies are going to go into Venezuela and extract the oil.
Okay. So gas
As
prices.
everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country.
All right. So does that help us? I mean, gas now the national average $2.83 a gallon. Does that mean we have lower gas on the way here, or
I just spent $2.75 this morning.
It's amazing.
How about that?
Yeah. What was the 89 proof? How much is that?
I don't know, Harry.
What do you use, the mid-level?
I only look at the 87.
I do.
I only look at the 87.
Or you put 93 in sometimes as well?
No, 89.
Just 89.
Yeah.
Why do you believe that
it's better?
It's better, or do you think that do you do?
I bought a pre-owned vehicle, and the guy I bought it from, I've known for a long time, told me to use it, so I do it.
Okay, that's good. That's a good.
Must be nice. Yeah, if I could go lower than 87, I would. I'd put in 84 if I could.
Secretary Marco Rubio on the Maduro capture. To Dawn's point, where she said this, I don't remember, an hour, whatever, of this program. She said that Maduro was provided multiple generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man. This is cut 6. I think this was, his speech on, or his, during the press conference on Saturday.
Yeah.
Roll this.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
The ass kissing is just enough. Enough already. Oh, God, just enough.
It's true, though. FAFO.
It is true. FAFO.
He gave Iran multiple warnings, and what happened? Here came the,
it's like a prerequisite.
The Moab.
It's a prerequisite. You have to kiss Trump's ass if you're in this administration. It's gross.
Well, you expect him to go stand up there and talk like Marjorie Taylor Greene?
No, I expect them to get up there and talk about the mission. And like, none of these guys can not slip up and say, "Oh, it's because of President Trump. It's because of this." Great. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm being ripped now, Steve.
You hate America.
Well, Dawn accused me of that this morning, of hating democracy.
Yes.
Do you hate democracy? Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I hate democracy.
Steve Packarduni says you have
Thanks
to use
for the perfume, Steve.
Yeah, there's a bag in here. I guess that's from him. Use premium in every vehicle. It's much better for the engine.
Yeah.
So here come all the automobile experts.
Yep.
By the way, we're at, I need 17 people. 17 people to...
Wake up and hit that button for the Kayal and Company crew. If you're watching on YouTube, you know what you've got to do. Give a like, hit subscribe. No morning show has a better vibe. From morning chatter to the news we share, just a little click shows you care. You care.
Wow. This is like vintage 85.
Amen.
Metal. Oh, it's terrific.
That's why I love Newman Price, because we're around the same age and we have the same tastes and likes.
Yeah,
so good.
I think Rat's gonna cover that for their next album.
Hit that thumbs up button if you didn't hear. Thank you, Newman Price, for that. It's amazing.
Oh, that's good.
It's beautiful, beautiful. Hit that thumbs up button so we can get to 400 likes.
Unbelievable.
Nick Kayal.
All right, great work, Harold. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your dry January. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Yeah, love it. See you guys.
You were amazing today. By the way.
I will be, guaranteed.
All right, there he is. Harry Mays. We'll come back.
Well, actually, before we do that, can we take Bill in Warrington?
I didn't know we had a call. Hello, Bill. You said Bill?
Bill.
In Warrington.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah.
Bill
Go ahead.
Can you hear me
Shoot.
okay?
Tell me what you got. Go ahead.
Okay.
Fire away.
Real quick about how octane works in a car. The higher compression the motor, the higher the octane is. Octane is not more explosive. It retards burning.
You can't say that.
So you don't have well, you can in this.
Yeah.
Don't burn me at the stake here, okay?
So if you have like a high-end Mercedes or a Land Rover, you should use the higher gas. Is that true as well?
Well, you got to look at the door panel on the inside, see what it'll tell you on the door panel. You know, tire pressure, all kind of stuff. But you got to see what it depends on what motor it is. If it's got a high compression motor in it, you got to use the more expensive gas because it's got the higher octane level, so it doesn't pre-detonate and doesn't diesel.
Okay, so I have a Nissan Frontier, a truck, 3.6 liter, 310 horsepower.
Trunk.
No idea what the compression is.
Truck he uses very loosely, by the way, Bill.
Right. Although it's tougher than the Ridgeline
I know
was.
it is.
Should I use 87 or 89?
Oh, here we go.
Look at the manual, see what it calls for. I don't know what the compression ratio for that motor is. Now I'm driving an F-150 with a Coyote motor in it.
Oh, so
I got the 89 octane.
You have an American man truck.
Oh, look at that.
Bill.
Like that.
Yeah.
Bill in Warrington.
It's a real truck.
Yeah. Bill in Warrington, more of a man than Nick Kayal.
That's right. Doesn't take much, folks.
Hey, Bill, thank you for being our first caller of 2026, man.
There
Thank you.
Bill.
I'm no way, really?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
And if we had prizes, we'd give you one, but you don't get one. So thank you for
Maybe
listening.
someday.
We haven't had prizes since Halloween.
Hey, it was a gift talking to you.
I love you guys.
Beautiful.
Thank you, man. Thank
There
you.
he is.
See you.
Bill in Warrington with some compression talk. How about that? You never know where this show will go. But I know where we're going next. 8Share.
8Share.
With the first music clip of 2026.
By the way, speaking of 8Share, can we just say, again, for the month of December, he's the #1 rock show on Saturday nights in Philadelphia.
All the Phil timers out there.
It's amazing to me. Like, it's just amazing. We're an AM station playing music, and we're beating FM stations playing music. I love this audience. I love this audience.
And we beat 7 of them in December.
Can we talk about Phil for a second and not always
Phil's
talk
a part
about
of this
you?
show. Phil's a part of the show.
Bingo hand job.
All right. The music, the big 3, and details from Minnesota on the way with Dawn Stensland. Stay right there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hi, everybody.
Kayal Company, 9:56. It is a Monday morning. The Dawn Stensland Show officially starts in 4 minutes. We'll get to her big three coming up in about 90 seconds. Earlier this morning, he debuted the first ever Kayal Company News Live sports update as part of Dawn's first edition of the news.
And now this is 491 of today in music history.
So the big 500 will be next Thursday?
No, it'll be. It should be 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today.
Be 501.
This is what men are so good at.
What?
That women have to. You know what I mean? Like men are so good at go. This is my 52nd time. Seriously,
But we can't remember our wedding anniversary or your birthday.
But men are really good at that, and I have to learn from that. It's what guys. I live in a household full of guys. Like they're very good at it. Women, like we just expect that we're going to work and do stuff. We don't. You know what I mean? Like we don't count. We don't sit there and count everything.
Right.
Can I? Speaking of you living in a house of men.
Yes.
Did you tweet something? Actually, your husband did, and
Yes.
you retweeted it.
At some point, yeah.
That your one son is home from
It was David.
from North Carolina, Elon University.
Some would say he never left.
And he left his underwear, his dirty underwear, next to the nativity scene.
Yeah,
in
happens
your
all
house.
the time.
Yeah, next to the Advent candles
I
and
gotta
the nativity.
I gotta say,
I come down and I look. And I'm like, what the heck? And it's on the beautiful like marble counter in the kitchen. I'm like, so I take a picture and I text it to my husband. The next thing I know, he puts it out on social media.
So just like Nick, your husband. First of all, did your husband have permission from his child to put out
everything
needs to be on Twitter?
And he took my picture that I sent privately to my husband. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Larry, you're surrounded by men who can't keep things off social media.
Dawn, who died and made this guy the Twitter sheriff? When did he become the Maduro of social media?
It's true. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I just feel like sometimes you leave your underwear laying around
on the kitchen counter next to the nativity Advent,
and you sometimes you don't need it to be blasted out to all of Larry. Like Larry has thousands and thousands and thousands of followers. Like people don't want to see that.
David didn't care, by the way.
He didn't care
because none of his friends, teenagers, are not on Twitter.
I know.
Do you know what I mean?
I
So
know.
he's like, I don't care.
Yeah, I know. It's a bunch of old boomers on Twitter.
Yeah, so I mean,
seriously,
it's
everybody's
much
like, "Oh, I'm speaking to the young on Twitter." No, you're not. You're not. You're talking to the same 65-year-olds that are sitting next to you at the DMV. Nothing better to do during the day, and Nick Kayal, who also has nothing better to do.
That's right.
To do during that.
My day gets really boring sometimes.
I was very put off by that because I was just like, I don't know if he should have tweeted that out. That's all I'm saying.
See, I think that really ingratiates Larry to his audience. This is the same thing that.
But
the
Dawn
common
took
man's
the
doing.
picture.
Well,
and gave me no credit.
Yes,
Oh.
thank you.
Does this sound familiar?
Oh, he plagiarized.
Capricorns in my life.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm surprised Larry didn't spike the football and give you no credit. Did we get mentioned by name, Dawn, in his tweet? I don't think we did.
Nope.
Oh, we did not get mentioned by name.
See? It's a common theme. It's, it's a Capricorn thing.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
All right, 10 o'clock, right on the dot. The Dawn Show's officially.
Did Phil do his thing?
No, we're going to get to it right now. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, January 5th, we celebrate the birthdays of Chris Stein from Blondie, who's 76, Marilyn Manson, who's 57, and Grant Young from Soul Asylum, who's now 62. We also lost Sonny Bono in a skiing accident on this day in 98. Signature Jacob's Ladder by Huey Lewis and the News in 87. Separate Ways by Journey in 83. Angel by Aerosmith in 88, and In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins in 81. Album that could Desire by Bob Dylan in 76. Look Sharp by Joe Jackson in 79, and Springsteen's debut in 73. Also in 80, David Bowie was on SNL. In 91, Iron Maiden was atop the UK singles chart. In 79, Prince made his live debut. In 40, the FCC heard the very first demonstration of FM radio. In 79, the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack became the very best-selling album in history. And in 2023, Billy Idol got a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But lastly, a couple Simpsons guest notes. On this day in 97, Johnny Cash appeared. And in 2003, Little Richard was on the show. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Dazzling, as always. Sports to start the show, music to end the show. And right now at 10:01, we get the first Big Three of 2026.
It's the Big Three with Don Stensland.
Big Three on this Monday morning, first day back for us. We are sponsored by the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging. Number one, funeral services held today for Delaware State Police Corporal. This is Matthew Ty Snook. So the trooper killed in the line of duty 2 days before Christmas at a Wilmington DMV. It happened, like I say, 2 days before Christmas, with officials urging the public to plan ahead if you're attending or you want to watch from, afar due to all of the expected traffic. Thousands, tens of thousands really, expected to pay their respects today as people are gathering. So this started early this morning with the memorials, the viewing from 9 to noon. Like I say, Delaware State Police Officer, Delaware State Police Corporal Matthew Ty Snook today at the University of Delaware. So we do have school closures, as I mentioned earlier this morning. But here is his beautiful wife, Lauren. They have a 1-year-old little baby daughter. That's who he leaves behind. And here is, just listen in a bit, as this is, I believe, 6ABC, a piece of their tribute as thousands had gathered over the weekend.
He lived his life with integrity and heart. And that is how we choose to remember him here tonight.
The one thing that never changed about Ty Snook was how selfless and how humble and how kind and caring he was. Why do so many love Ty Snook? It is because he built everyone up like a castle. Your husband, your brother, your son's fingerprints are on the DNA of the Delaware State Police for eternity. It's been so comforting to see his face, not only all over social media, but everywhere. The flags and the blue lights. And to honor the legacy of Ty, just always remember to help the next man in line. Be your brother's keeper.
And so there you saw and heard his wife, Lauren Snook, his widow now, I should say, his high school wrestling coach, Jay Bastianelli, and Delaware State Police Troop 6 Commander Captain Carrie Reinbold, as well as Ty's brother, Josh Snook. So they were speaking over the weekend. So this today, the actual funeral begins about 1 p.m. today. So a lot of closures as law enforcement, especially from across the country, as often is the case, traveling to, or they have traveled to be here to pay tribute to him. I should also mention that, and perhaps you've heard of this, that the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, they did announce that they kept their promise, raising funds to pay off the mortgage of this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, of the Delaware State Trooper, so that Lauren, his widow, and the baby, don't have to worry about those bills.
Oh, what a relief that is for the family.
Yeah, I mean, we just say this all the time. Nick and I have done these bike rides. I've supported this the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation for 15 years, and we all have on this radio station for a long time. It's why we do what we do. You know what I mean? Because it helps raise money for the families of people like Ty Snook.
Yeah, I wish we didn't have to do the ride.
I agree,
because these people were alive. But
I agree. But it's, people die every day. I get it, but there's something with, when you're killed in the line of duty, there's something just horrific about it.
Beautiful family.
Yeah, it's devastating. Number 2 in our big 3 here, there is now an arrest being announced. A man was arrested for damaging Vice President J.D. Vance's home in Ohio. This confirmation from Secret Service And so the video you're seeing, courtesy WCPO, on the scene there, you can see the damage to the front of the vice president's home. I know it's a bit dark, but law enforcement agents, can you see?
Oh yeah, there's
broken windows.
Yeah, there's some broken windows there.
Yeah.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Right.
Because people are insane.
Yeah.
Psychos.
Whether it's, firebombing the governor's mansion of Pennsylvania or this. Leave these people go.
Man, my God.
So local Cincinnati police, they're in Ohio, so Cincinnati police as well as Secret Service working together say one person was taken into custody. Police did not say whether or not that person, what charges they face, but they've taken the person, and it appears that person was acting alone, so that's good news as well. Members of Secret Service heard, they heard a loud noise at the house. Was around midnight overnight, found this guy, had broken a window with a hammer, was trying to break into the home.
Yeah, and if you look at the picture now on YouTube, you see the home.
Beautiful
it's surrounded by some, shrubs and bushes. How does somebody get through? I mean, he has to have protection at home.
Look
at
the Dan, can you put you see, there's a gate there. You know what I mean? So you can't just walk up there.
Right.
So somebody would have had to have scaled the gate probably. I don't know.
I'm assuming his wife and kid.
Were they home, Dawn?
No.
Yeah,
So they were not home.
Yeah.
Imagine if this guy, is it possible that the guy's just an idiot and it's a burglary attempt?
And doesn't know it's
and doesn't
the
realize.
Veep's house.
Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
Let's hope that's it, and that it was. See, we don't know. Was this targeted at the vice president and his wife and young children, or was this just an idiot burglar who didn't realize it's the vice president's home?
Do we know how much time the Vance family actually spends there?
It's a good question.
They're back. I mean, I think they're back and forth, but and perhaps over the holidays they were home. But obviously he was. It was a busy weekend, and so the fact that it happened, after they already went back to D.C., thank God.
Are his kids school age, or are they younger than that?
They're young, but I think that
stroller age. I think.
Yeah.
Right? Remember, JD was pushing the stroller on the sidewalk of
so they're so
Ohio.
little.
Yeah. I think we actually talked about that and played that video, wondering if it's appropriate for JD Vance to even be pushing the child in the stroller in this crazy world outside.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. I think ever since Charlie Kirk's assassination, we're looking at and the attempts on President Trump's life, then candidate Trump. But
what are you going to do? I mean, you can't let the bad guys win. You can't live in fear. You can't become a recluse and stay inside and become a hermit.
Yeah.
You've got to make a run to the liquor store when you get bored.
And text your best buddy.
Fred Flintstone on the YouTube chat says, why would a burglar break all the windows?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You're right, Fred. Yeah. I mean, let's move on to, I'll just say this, a quick side note, that another breaking news piece that Nicolas Maduro, surrounded by heavy security, he was transported to New York City court this morning ahead of his arraignment. So we had the perp walk that we showed you earlier, and this one, I believe, is from just this morning.
On his way to the New York City courtroom, yes. Yep.
So facing American justice. And number 3...
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is there a reason why, why New York? And are we worried that the jury pool in New York might
my gosh,
might be sympathetic? I don't know. I'm just asking, because they did elect Mondami. You know what I mean?
Well, I could be wrong on this. Isn't DEA, are they headquartered in New York? Because it's the DEA that's perp walking them. The Drug Enforcement Administration or agency, whatever the A stands for.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that out of any place in the world, they're probably best equipped.
And it would be a federal trial, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a local trial.
No, it'd be federal.
So I'm guessing.
But still, guys,
DC's not much better.
The jury pool. Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah, Rosalie says Alvin Bragg will release him.
No cash bail for Maduro.
But Alvin Bragg's the local guy. So
yeah, I know.
Federal,
I get
right?
it.
So it's going to be.
I get it. It's just it's funny to think about that. Like,
if Bondi wants to redeem herself, she should prosecute the case herself.
Yeah. Can you imagine the jury pool. It's a bunch of purple-haired people. They're
like pro-socialist.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I'm just. There's going to be a handful of them. If you're in New York City, there's going to be a handful of them. I'm just saying.
I'd love to know how that process plays out. I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
But even if you're pro-socialist, Democrat, or whatever, you're not pro-narco-terrorist. You're not pro-gangs.
I don't know. They got in their feelings over the boats being blown up.
Good Lord.
Trump doesn't have the ability to do that.
All right, let's talk about number 3, near and dear to all of our hearts, the Mummers.
Uh-oh.
125 years and still going strong, actually bigger than better than ever. Welcome to the 2026 Live Casino and Hotel.
I had to let him speak first, okay?
I know her.
I'm Larry Menti. This is my wife, Dawn Stensland Menti. Oh, man, is it cold.
Woo! It's not cold. We are thinking warm today. But whether you come here to the parade site,
all right, blah,
or
blah,
whether
blah.
you have a front row seat,
Freeze it. Freeze it right there. Freeze it, Dan. Look at this.
Just freeze it.
Dawn, no gloves. Larry, gloves.
Yeah.
Dawn, truly the alpha of the house.
My favorite thing about this was he thought that I handed him his favorite red scarf. Do you see what I did there? That's my pink scarf
That's
that
pink.
he didn't even notice.
How about that?
Oh, that is hysterical.
Never even noticed. It was my favorite thing of the whole,
But he is coordinated with you. By the way,
because I had.
How do we feel about men in pink?
Dawn Stensland Menti, huh? Interesting that he had to throw the last name in there.
Well,
I'm gonna take that under advisement.
Legally, my name.
I understand. I get it. I get it.
What was your TV name? Was it Dawn Menti or Stensland?
No,
or was it Stensland Menti?
It was always
to that point. Let me just say this. To that point, the Delaware Valley, everybody who's watching you knows you as Dawn Stensland.
Uh-huh.
That's all I'm saying. But he had to throw this is my wife. She has my last name. I'm just saying.
Even though he doesn't do any of the household duties.
I'm
he
just
did
saying.
empty the dishwasher a couple times.
Wow.
Over the
It's a start, Dawn. It's a start.
I mean, so there's that.
There you go.
But in all seriousness, we did have, and I reported this earlier, those really dangerous wind gusts.
91 LSXer wants to know who's wearing more makeup, Larry or Dawn.
He probably was wearing,
Wife, Dawn Stensland Menti.
Look at,
There he goes.
Oh, man, is it cold.
Shout out to Christina, the makeup artist. She was phenomenal.
Yeah.
You
I'm
have
sorry.
to bring her in.
I didn't mean to. What are you saying? The other men in your life need makeup?
No,
Well,
I mean, just for our events, it'd be fun.
I need a lot.
You would love Christina. She did. Thank you, Christina. Beautiful. Anyway, dangerous wind gusts forcing the parade organizers to unfortunately postpone the string band competition of the Mummers Parade. Behind the scenes, I'll take you, and we're showing you some of the great videos. So amazing. 125th, really, 125th
Elvis.
parade, Mummers Parade. That was for Linda Kearns.
That J.D. Vance in blue?
We made a lot of history.
Yeah.
We had a real wedding. And
Oh,
nobody
I saw
knew
that.
this. So
I saw
couldn't
that.
tell anybody. Did you see it?
I do not condone those.
I saw it on the front page of, I think, the Inquirer.
Yeah.
I read it over the weekend, but yeah.
It was incredible. So, they had to postpone the actual string band competition. What people don't realize is there was an actual conversation to cancel the whole parade. And to everybody's credit, they said, nope, and it was frigid. It was so cold with the wind chills. And there were people injured, and all of the props so many of them were just demolished and destroyed. But they said, no, we're going to go on with this. We're going to go on with the show. We had this huge crowd. People have gathered. They've been out here for hours. And so what you saw, the performances, they were vamping. They were not doing what they planned to do. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there is going to be a competition within a month or so, probably within a month. We can't tell all the details, but they're working on it. But they didn't want to give away all the surprises in their performances because a competition among the string bands, it will happen.
So they just literally just played a little bit of it?
Yes.
Wow.
I care more about Dawn's performance. So my question is, how many hours are you on the air live? From the moment you crack the mic until you sign off?
We arrived there about 5:30, 6 in the morning. We went on the air at 9.
Okay.
But we had a run through starting at about 8:15.
Okay.
So we were there on set from about 8:10, 8:15 ish until I think 6:30 10:30 at night.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
So you get there.
I never even went to the bathroom. See, but I'm
Right.
conditioned for it. You know what I mean? Like
So
this
you
is what I
you
do.
get there 3 hours before the show starts, but 3 minutes before this show starts. Fascinating.
Very good point, Nick
when
Kayal.
you see me.
Very good point. So like,
in all honesty, though, I'm sorry to cut you off, Greg. I mean, is it difficult to go that long? I mean, I know we do Travis Manion Radiothon here, but on TV, I mean, I know there's a ton of prep, and you guys start building this up in the fall. But how arduous of a task is it to be on that long? Because it's not just audio. I mean, cameras on you that long.
As long as we still had commercial breaks, so the makeup art, so I never left that seat. I mean, I stood up to stretch my legs, but
jeez,
as long as the makeup artist comes and like she just touches up your lipstick, that's all I cared about.
Okay.
And there's Mayor Sherelle Parker.
Oh,
obviously came on set with us.
Ugh.
For those of you that I felt
Sorry.
so bad that people were complaining because they thought that they missed something. There was nothing missed. So in other words, everything, Duffy, for example, they performed, they did their performance. It wasn't their competition, but then anything they did, even playing around or talking to the crowd or anything, we played it in its entirety.
And you treated her. You treated her better than Kristen Welker would treat Marco Rubio.
Yes, this was not a news. That's the other criticism that people start really answering.
Yeah, like you're really going
This
to
was
press her
not-
at the mummers
no,
on something.
Right. This was not a news interview.
Of course not.
This was the mayor, an historic mayor of Philadelphia on an historic day. This was parade coverage, and she was talking about it. We tried to get her. We did ask the question, would they do the New Year's Eve question? Would they do that celebration? Because that happened the night before. She didn't want to give that away, but I think that's a new tradition that is going to proceed in Philadelphia now that she's mayor. That
Okay.
we'll have a New Year's Eve celebration, LL Cool J and whatnot.
my question. So I think Dr. Phelan McGroin on the
Yeah?
YouTube chat is a mummer, and I think he was saying early on, Dawn, that is
Yeah.
it true that like you guys got the heads up, but they didn't?
Wow, I don't even know if so we were I'll just say this, we were pressing. First of all, I was praying because we didn't know the condition updates. We knew people were injured. You guys, somebody could have been killed.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
it was bad.
That's what they were
Huge
saying
props
because of the
went
winds.
airborne.
Because of the winds, right?
Because of the high winds.
Yeah.
So somebody, could have been killed. So we're going on with the parade, but I'm praying for people. I know that people went to the hospital. We didn't know how bad it was. We were not allowed to say anything because you have family members watching.
Sure.
And you don't want to report that there are some serious injuries.
Yep.
And family members are like, oh my God, is that my loved one? So we couldn't say anything. And then we were hearing that things could be canceled any minute. So there were a lot of moving parts. And so I'm glad Sam, the president of the string bands, he did come on, Sam Rigglebudo, God bless him. He came on. I thought he was going to cry. Because it was very emotional, and there were some touch and go moments there where they were considering just canceling it.
Wow.
And then what would we have done? Because the broadcast, we're committed to broadcasting.
Yeah.
So I would have been calling you guys like, yo, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Because the show would go on, presumably.
Wow.
So
Yeah. What do you do then? Right. So what were the injuries from? Just like the wind toppling.
Yeah, because you have
props over
these
on
huge.
people?
Yes.
Oh,
So you
wow.
have these huge. I mean, the size of a side of a truck. They're huge pieces, and they knew the wind. They knew that. So right when the wind gusts started up, and it becomes like a wind tunnel, down these streets. So they laid them down flat, but the wind was so strong with 60-mile-an-hour gusts that it lifted them up, despite the fact that they thought they had them weighted down well.
Wow. Wow.
It was crazy.
Harry Mays is still listening. He says, how long until the Mummers Parade adds Phil Almquist to the broadcast?
Believe me, had they canceled, I might have been calling Phil. All of you. Like, come on
What happened on
down.
this day in music history, January 1st? Go. Yeah, but have they never had this? I mean, we've had wind in the past.
Not
it's
like this.
It's January 1st.
I know, but
it's always cold and windy,
it
right?
was a freak
Not this
thing.
windy.
Not like that.
Yeah,
And
we've
they've
had, 50-mile-an-hour gusts?
50 to 60 mile an
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah.
So they've never had. By the way, the Wench Brigade. So the
the Wench
Wenches
Brigade.
Go first.
Wenches always go first.
Yes, Wenches always go first. Americans #1, Oregon, then Bryson, MGK, Carolium, Riverfront Pirates, O'Malley, I know the Froggies came in last. Sorry, but not in the hearts of one Megan McFarlane. But O'Malley, then the Saints, then Froggies.
Okay.
So that was the order of the wenches. So we did have some results, and we'll talk about it moving forward.
What do you? So. Okay.
What?
No. Like, was it well attended this year? Because it was so.
It was.
Was
We
it?
had a big crowd out there. Yeah. And so in the fancies, so you have the parade outdoors, and you're going to have an event within the month with the string bands. However, the Fancy Brigade results, the fancies do it inside, right? And that's televised at night. That's not something that I'm involved in hosting. But congratulations to the Downtowners, #1, followed by the Vikings, Shooting Stars, Jokers, Golden Crown, Saturnalian, Spartans, Avenues, Cleavemore. So that was, but the Downtowners #1. So that's what you're viewing now. So that's televised on 6ABC. They do a fantastic job, and that's in the evening indoors. But this you pay tickets. You have to buy tickets and pay for. The parade that Larry and I host and that we're involved with WFMZ is all free to the public.
Wow, this is pretty cool. It's a production, no doubt about it.
So I will say this, that I personally, and you can go to mummersmuseum.org, you can become a member, you can donate. They have a lot of traditions and a lot of events going on. But in all seriousness, I'm amazed of all the things that Philadelphia is famous for. Kudos to our mayor.
This is one of them? Oh, sorry.
No, seriously. Nobody really taps into this. How unique. What did you talk about earlier that Nick Kayal, that you brought up with Nielsen ratings? What is the #1 thing that attracts viewers? Live events.
Yes.
This is
a good point.
the most unique live
That's a great
event
point.
in America, the
That's a great
oldest of its kind. It's live. It's all these guys and gals. Dr. Kelly Gallagher, she's a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
You've got carpenters, electricians, people from all walks of cops.
100% right.
And these folks, this is like their hobby. I think, quite frankly, Nick Kayal, who was bored with 2 weeks off, I was thinking about you, my friend. I was like, Nick, get your daughters involved so you don't have to pay for those dance lessons. This is dancing. They dance. They perform. I'm very serious.
Mm-hmm.
This is so positive and so healthy. And
so cold.
But they do this year round. You have to understand.
Yeah, I know.
And free music lessons, dancing, choreography, all of that, costuming. It's incredible. And I just think we have to do more with it.
Yeah,
you're right.
You know what I mean?
50, I know it's not apples to apples, but to the point of live events, I mean, the 50 highest rated telecasts each year, usually 45 or 46 of them are live events.
Yes.
Sports usually, but yeah.
And so now that it's streaming, now that we have, I'll say, new technology with streaming and all of that, we have people worldwide watching the Philadelphia Mummers Parade on display. So I truly hope that people get involved. You could, like I say, go to mummersmuseum.org, check it out, order your free T-shirt.
It's interesting to me too, Don, because I joked about the ratings, but you guys will have the #1 show on that day. There's no question in my mind. So why wouldn't a local news station or why wouldn't somebody want to? I know MeTV ran it, but to be honest with you, nobody has MeTV. So, or they do, they just don't know where it is. So why wouldn't a 6ABC or a Channel 3 or whatever run this when they know it's going to be a huge ratings bonanza?
Well, the difference nowadays, to your point, is that nobody watches TV, period, anymore. But they will stream. So on WFMZ.com or all of these other, I know they put it all out there.
Yep.
That's all of these other apps, because it's an app. That's what people are watching on their phones. So you had continuously at least 500,000 people watching from 9 in the, and that was just it. Holding that audience all of those hours from 9 in the morning until 6:30-ish at night. But then you have a national audience. You have a worldwide audience.
Yeah, I know.
And so nowadays it's no longer about TV. It's about streaming. It's about the app.
Yep.
And I think this is a huge opportunity for Philadelphia. Kudos to Mayor Sherelle Parker. She gets it. And I think she will be the one to elevate this on an international level, and especially during our 250th year here in Philadelphia. I just think it's an incredible marketing opportunity. And then you put on top of it all the negative coverage of New York City, Chicago, other cities, Philadelphia. It's a win-win-win. And then I'll say kudos to Mayor Parker, but think about the previous guy, the Prosecco-loving guy who canceled the Mummers.
That's right.
Okay.
Mayor Kenny.
Ugh.
Yeah,
I didn't want to say his, you know what I mean?
sorry.
Because it's done. But he did damage to our city, not just to our children and our city and the business community. And so I know one lady said to me, "Why are you promoting the politics of Mayor Parker?"
Oh, God.
You talk to anybody in the business community and with the Mummers, they will tell you
What
that
are these
this
people-
mayor and her support is critical and has been critical for the comeback of the Mummers.
What do they think you're going to do? Kick her in the nuts? I mean, like, what's the?
And she has the kahunas.
Yeah, but
right?
that's what I'm saying. People don't understand. Like, this is why social media is just a drag, because people can sit there. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? If they were face to face with Cheryl Parker, they would have done nothing. So shut up. Oh God, these people are disgraceful. Who cares? Like, you were supporting something positive.
Yes.
You wanted to, like, I get it. Like, just keep politics out of it.
You
for
go to a
day.
funeral, right? You see somebody you haven't seen in years that you don't get along with, that you got a falling out from. Do you create conflict at the funeral?
People miserable. See you next Tuesdays. That's all they are. Thank you.
Hey.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. I kind of like that. That rolled smoothly. You've used that before.
Oh, I don't. Oh my God, have I used that before? By the way, can I just say, Dan, check your text, if you will, for a second. You just talked about the break-in into Vice President J.D. Vance's house. Will you? So I guess we can say this, right? I mean, he's been arrested, right?
WXIX.
Yes.
It's William DeFore, 26. He's charged after trying to break into Vice President J.D. Vance's Ohio home. He was using a hammer to break the window. We have his
Bill DeFore.
We have his mugshot up here if you want to.
Looks
click
exactly
that up
like
there.
a Bill DeFore from Ohio would look like.
Boy.
There he is. Fresh pimple on his lip.
Yeah.
Like a Lloyd Christmas haircut.
Yep. Got bangs. Dead eyes.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. So that's William DeFore, 26. I'm getting this, by the way, from BNO News, I guess.
Yeah, it's courtesy of WXIX.
Okay. So a news station is running with this. 26-year-old Bill DeFore, charged with trying to break into Vice President J.D. Vance's Ohio home using a hammer.
I didn't know it was JD's house. I was just looking for some cookies.
God.
Yeah, the bangs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look at his eyes. Oh, good God. Lay off those hostesses.
Yeah, I guarantee he didn't read Hillbilly Elegy.
Or watch the movie.
Or a movie.
So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Mary Mass coming up first Monday with Mass. So we'll talk about ACA and other issues, what you should never do during an Eagles football game. You'll have it all with Dr. Mary Mass coming up. But first, I have to thank our sponsor of the Big Three as we look at this, as my new contacts
boy.
give it. I have to put the prescription glasses
By the way,
back
new
on.
glasses?
Yeah, well, Greg, this is a whole... Larry
They
got
look
me
beautiful,
these
by the way.
frames.
I like
Thank
the
you.
frames.
And I go, really? You gave me woke glasses?
Why are they woke? Because they're pink.
Because they're like round.
Oh, stop.
And he's like, they're not woke. I'm like,
they're not woke.
They are Mad Al Oberman-esque.
No, stop. No,
kinda
stop.
are.
No, they're not. They're
not?
absolutely not.
So I was like, Larry gave me woke glasses. 855-839-1210.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Are they woke glasses? No, they're not woke glasses. How dare you?
Listen, if you have questions about aging, the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging.
Only you
or
would think that, by the
COSA,
way.
What? They look at them. They're kind of woke.
What makes glasses woke? It is ridiculous to think about. Woke glasses?
They're like the Rosie or Rachel Maddow and the guy who looks like Rachel Maddow. What's his name?
Chris Hayes.
Yeah, Chris Hayes.
Yeah, no.
They kind of are.
They're not.
Well, I'm going to the contact lenses.
Yeah, baby.
But anyway, let's talk about COSA, pointing you in the right direction. To see how COSA can help you or a loved one, visit delcosa.org, DEL, COSA.org. COSA is supported by Delaware County Council. So thank you, Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, COSA. We really appreciate you. Dr. Mass is just ahead. And then obviously Frank and Ian McGinnis, they'll be up in the 11 o'clock hour. Maybe Lair Bear will call in. I can bust his chops and we'll talk all things
For wearing a
mummers.
pink scarf.
He didn't even know it, Greg. That's
I know,
the funniest
I know,
part of it all.
I know.
Hee hee.